Good morning, everybody. Looks like we got fog today. We discovered yesterday that there's a road that just doesn't show up on the map here. A little bit of a missed spot, as it were. Ah, too wide. Hey, good morning. How's it going? I am still waking up today. It's not just the map that's got fog. My brain's got fog, too. Oh, I know an easy win. We're going to take a look at these local garages here. Did I already look at them? Of course I did. That's any reasonable person would have. Why I dump things on the floor. That's a rough one. Four dumbbells. For all four arms. Gravel. Yes, please. That's exactly what I need for this area. We'll put down a new driveway. Or at least the starting of one. Fishing rod. Perfect timing, because we just got access to Iroquois Park there. Well, so swords are... you might notice I always carry around a sword and a machete on my belt. Situationally, when I'm outdoor fighting, swords being a two-handed weapon, the reach is much farther than a machete, but the flip side is you can't carry something in your offhand. So very frequently I'm going to want to carry something in my offhand. That's where the machete comes in. The machete does the exact same amount of damage as the sword, but the reach is much lower. So the machete is basically close quarters combat. You'll always see me put the machete in my hand when I step into a building, for example. So different time and place for both of them, but otherwise they're the same amount of damage. Long blade books are not necessarily required. Usually if I don't have them read, at this point I'm probably just gonna keep doing long blade anyway, because you see, unlike bullets with aiming, if you start shooting before you read the aiming book, then you run the risk of kind of wasting some of your ammo when you could have gotten more experience for it. But with swords, there are so many swords you can make if you get a good supply line put together that you don't have the same kind of problem. So you don't necessarily... I wouldn't recommend just sitting around waiting until you have the book, for sure. Is that true? I've never actually looked at that. We can find out. That is the glory of pzwiki.net. I enjoy that website very much. Always happy to give it a shout out. If you go to pzwiki.net, under the weapon page, and then scroll down to the long blade section where it's just got this little chart with all the weapons in the category. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. And there's not that many long blades. Usually whenever I look at a weapon type, I'll sort it by damage, the upper limit of the damage first. So here's the two machetes. Now they're technically different. Oh, they removed the difference. It used to be that machetes, normal machetes, the ones you would loot, had a higher durability. But they're exactly the same now. They just look different. Neat. But here's swords. And here's machetes. Huh. Now that's interesting. Machetes actually do... I'm not going to say that they last longer, but they have a different length now. A different average condition. And a lower chance. Swords have a lower... basically, every time you use a sword, the chance of its durability is slightly lower than machetes. I didn't really articulate that well. I'm not awake yet. Every swing of a sword has a lower chance by 5% than a machete to lose condition. Make of that what you will. That's only a 5% difference, but it's interesting. I don't know if that's changed recently. The damage numbers seem the same. This right here, the stamina penalty, there is no, as far as I can tell, there's no difference. Weight is the primary concern when it comes to stamina if there's no inbuilt penalty. Since there's no inbuilt penalty to any of them. See, an example of inbuilt penalty would be something like a two-handed wood axe or a sledgehammer. Yeah, here's a wood axe. There's a 3 times inbuilt penalty for those, so those are nasty. Ah, we do still have a neighbor up here. Okay. I'm awake. I am awake. But yeah, if you get to blacksmithing 9 and you can start making swords already, that is that's where the fun begins. Even at Longblade level 0 with no experience, if your strength and your stamina are high, you can usually start getting those one-shot kills right off the bat. It's just a question of how often you get them. Yep. Oh dear. I wonder who she was involved with. I'm sure her partner is in there somewhere. Well, anyway, I'm here to take a look at garages. Ah, steel sheets. Yes, please. Always in the market for steel sheets. Another weight bench. We got some gym rats in this neighborhood. More gravel. Hell yeah. I actually have not been gaining or losing weight. Oh, about armor. Let me send you a little thing real quick. If I haven't shown it to you yet. This is one of those things that I'm going to try to find a way to get it in my description of my videos, if I can get it a relevant way to put it in there. Where is... Here we are. So what this is just a little chart that I made at one point that goes over the various items that I want to wear in an ideal character build. It is partially only with tailoring, but there's another dimension to it. One thing I can't always show on screen because I can't monitor it without going to a different tab here is insulation. I want to avoid overheating as much as humanly possible, regardless of what time of year it is. So you may notice that my insulation is very light on the chest, neck, and head. That's where all your body heat vents from. So the high insulation on my hands, arms, legs doesn't really matter. But the chest, neck, and head I should keep as light as I possibly can. Now, the way to do that while also having a bunch of protection, of course, level 10 tailoring with leather strips is the short answer. And it's part of my mod, the mod that I made for this game. I just made all the leather strips invisible because they look fucking ugly as fuck. But in that chart, I talk about theoretical best-in slots that you can wear that give you protection to the arms, but not the chest because there's holes in the chest. So I've got a long sleeve shirt. I got some jockey silks. Jockey silks are actually the same as medical scrubs. So I was slightly wrong about that in my assessment. I'm not locked into medical scrubs. I can use a couple of other things with the same insulation level. But yeah, the slots are very weird. We've got what underneath my jacket here. We've got the jacket, which is just a regular leather jacket because I've not been able to find any sort of long jacket like the military officer jacket. I don't even know if that's possible to find one. That's got holes in it at least. So I've just got a Wild Raccoon's leather jacket with holes in the chest and the neck. And then I've got, underneath that, long sleeve t-shirt, jockey silks, hoodie. Those all have holes in the chest. I have a crop top and a crafted denim shirt and cotton long johns. Those do not have holes in the chest because I haven't really... I mean, the crop top doesn't matter. The crop top doesn't have any insulation on it at all, so I don't need holes in the chest. Denim shirt, I made this myself. It actually does have a hole in the lower torso. That's due to sheer happenstance. I happened to get a little too close to one of my pipe bombs and blew a hole in one of my layers of armor. That was literally just an accident. But yeah, that we could never expect to replicate that, if you understand what I mean. Getting a hole in your clothing intentionally in the right spot in this game is astronomically difficult. Especially if you're not interested in intentionally taking injuries. But yeah, that's and I was gonna clean that up. That image I sent you, I was gonna clean it up into something more readable. But I'm gonna wait until 42.20 stable comes out, and then I can talk about it a little bit more. But yeah, recently we did have a pipe bomb accident where I was right at the edge of the blast radius. I was inside my truck, by the way, which I find to be extra hilarious. I was inside the truck at the time when the pipe bomb exploded, and yet I still took an injury. The truck did not. So some shrapnel apparently went right through the truck and streaked my lower torso. I'm not even going to question that. I'm just glad that she didn't take any permanent injuries from that. Because the joke after that was shrapnel in the stomach is basically a death sentence. Nobody wants that. I got a little zealous with the gravel we found. I was hoping to fill in this whole block. Alas. I could probably steal some more gravel from the local area, now that I have incentive to do so. Hey, how's it going? Yep, glad to be here. Good to see you, everybody. I don't need to fill in the whole thing, but just a little bit more, maybe. I'm sure there's a little bit of gravel that I could steal. I mean, there's a lot of bit of gravel I could steal. Tons in the, whatchamacallit, the park down here. I don't even need the park. We've got the whole rail yard, Louisville train station rail yard up here. I'll just steal gravel from a surface I'm not likely to drive on up here. Take my shovel, my e-tool. Can afford 2 more sacks, I guess. Hey, good morning. Things are pretty good. I'm just about done with the process of waking up here. We had fog this morning, and it has lifted right on time. We looted some garages right next door and found some gravel, so I decided to fix up the drivable surface here at my field base. There's a meta event to the right-ish, surround right maybe. I don't think there's going to be any zombies responding to that. See, I was talking earlier about armor and trying to avoid getting hot. What we're doing right now by pouring gravel, that is something that is guaranteed to increase your body heat a lot. So that's some sort of unavoidable body heat generation problem there. Kind of like running around a lot. If you run around enough, there's almost no way to avoid getting unpleasantly hot like that. It's just a function of body heat. A little bit too much at once. Let's see. There's 1 square of 9. There's 2 squares of 9. There's 3. So we don't need much more than 3 squares of 9, and then we've got the whole drivable surface fixed up. Godspeed with metalworking. That is getting your foot in the door it can be a slow process. I used to be the kind of guy who would be like, okay, you don't have to make the early game simple forge first or anything like that. You can get to a point where you don't need it anymore, but I actually do recommend at this point, start with the simple forge and work your way up. The one thing that I would say is if you do have like a cow or something that you don't need, if you butcher it and get the leather up on the drying rack now. It takes 7 days to dry, so getting the leather, a large piece of leather onto the drying rack right as you get started, that'll help you build bellows later on when you get to that point. Yeah, it was such a, yep, I agree 100%. That was such a weird revelation. I only figured that out like right at the end of my previous character's journey. Nora the Explorer, linked in the description. Her like within the last couple of episodes in her series, I accidentally found a few pieces of clothing with holes in them, and I was like, wait a minute, are you telling me that all of my body heat just vents through the... I mean, it's realistic. It's actually surprisingly realistic the way body heat vents in this game. It's the, chest, neck, and head is where it all comes out of. And if that's where your insulation is kept light... Oh, I'm sorry. So I didn't really articulate exactly why I'm okay. I'm totally okay with the chest having no protection normally. And that's because we've got this right here, the Coat of Plates body armor and the Bone Choker. These two items are very strong protection to the neck and the chest that basically don't have any insulation at all. So watch my protection levels for the chest and the neck when I put these on. The neck goes straight to 100%, the chest goes straight to 100%. Thanks to the leather strips that I've got on the crop top, which has no insulation as well. My chest levels still have almost no insulation, and yet I'm up to 100%. Now, the flip side is, if I have this on all the time, I will get uncomfortable to the point of it threatening my stamina regeneration, kind of like cosmic background stamina regeneration. I'll also get stressed if I sleep with it. And the, whatchamacallit, the weight of wearing this all the time. It weighs 4.0 unequipped, 1.2 equipped. I don't want to keep this on all the time, but when I know I'm going into close quarters combat, for example, it's a godsend to just have it right there on my passenger seat. So that's kind of how I deal with chest protection. I don't bother with it too much because it's almost always a cost benefit of insulation. Now, of course, I am a little bit worried that the devs are going to catch wind of the fact that the Coat of Plates has no insulation at all. I am a little bit worried they might catch wind of that and nerf that particular aspect, right? Because one could make the argument that a Coat of Plates, which heavy medieval armor on the chest, they've got the heavy part correct, but the fact that there's zero insulation, that might not be too realistic. Nobody needs to tell the devs that, by the way. Please don't tell them. This paradigm is very acceptable right now. It really is, because, I mean, if you think about it, we're not exactly getting more protection than we should. We're just kind of optimizing the concepts behind it right now. I didn't exactly set out to spend the whole day on driveway work, but now that I got started after finding that gravel in the nearby garages, I must finish what I started. So that's another 9, 10, 11, 12, something like that. It's always a decent thing to do some base work to get warmed up. Jumping right into combat is not the healthiest thing. Since we're starting out with some chill stuff, I might actually, after I get my driveway finished up here, I might use this fishing rod that I just found and go down to the lake now that I've cleared everything around it and see what kind of fishing opportunities there are here in the dead center of Louisville. I mean, if there's a lake, people probably assume there's going to be fishing opportunities. So the only question left is what kind of fishing opportunities, right? Yeah, I do agree that there's a bit of artificiality to it. Yeah. I mean, that's a question for difficulty settings, right? I feel like discomfort for Apocalypse, which, Apocalypse bills itself as that classic zomboid mix of realism and tedium and annoyance, but it's supposed to be tolerable. So they did. I mean, we're dealing with discomfort at a lower level than what it otherwise would have been. They should probably just completely annihilate that for some of the less tedious difficulties. Of course, I hate to be a negative Nancy about it, but the goal of the game is to get everybody killed. I enjoy the game in spite of that, not because of it. Yeah. Environmental difficulties, technically, but, well, if you, environmental difficulties are probably the easiest to avoid. Just don't, drive your race car at 200 miles an hour and crash into something. Mission success. Which of these two vehicles should I fill up first? Let's do Sunballs. Sunballs will get filled up first. This is a RTB vehicle. Now, if I wanted to check out fishing opportunities, I would need bait. And would you look at that, I have a caterpillar in the freezer. That is, that's something that's been in there for a while. Specifically because when I found it, I think foraging, I realized it was going to be a decent opportunity for that. So we got a fishing rod, we got some bait, we can always forage for more. Anything else I would want that I don't have? No, we got everything that I would want. And my backpack is more or less cleared out. Steel sheets. I need to leave these on the floor somewhere visibly conspicuous so that when I need to do repairs to my trunks, I can just pick up one of these steel sheets and weld it on. Well, yeah, so, especially with our new game director on board, he's been coming in and kind of cleaning up some of the dumb stuff that the Brits have done over the years. I am totally on board with all of that. Command, how's it going? Oh, good call. Okay, that was a very good call. So we have a premium fishing line, and then the hook is nails. That is so silly. That is downright silly. Thank you for that, Dark Antimatter. I'm gonna stop by Jericho. I'm literally just gonna go stop by my base. It's not that far away, and I'll make my own fishing hook if I have to. Because I got a blacksmithing infrastructure there. I can make as many fishing hooks as I want. I didn't think I would need to because this is one of the fishing rods that I found in a guy's garage. You would think if it was a premium fishing line fishing rod in some guy's garage, you would think he wouldn't be having some nails as the hook. But that's the game we're playing right now. It's just random. Yeah. And I think premium fishing line has the least likelihood to break. I think that's its selling point, if I recall. It's been a minute since I've fished in this game. Oh, okay. Good to know. I do have a couple of other things. We got a minnow lure. We got a bobber. Another fishing net. So we can assemble a full, fishing kit here. but no other hooks in the in there, so I will go ahead and forge one at the forge here. If anybody's not familiar with my forge layout, I do believe this is the best one I've made yet. The basic workflow is we've got a half of a gate here, and that half of the gate is 2 tiles wide, which is just wide enough for a truck to drive in. The bed of the truck, is where I store all of my tools and charcoal. And so because of that, I can access the bed of the truck from a very wide positioning, and I can stand over here to access any of the pottery workstations. Public service announcement, you can access a workstation from 2 tiles away. I went a little too long without knowing that. Fishing hook is but a little bit of... Oh, that's a... Here we go. Forge 4 fishing hooks from just a little bit of wire. Bobber is junk. No kidding. Well, I know what I won't use then. I'll try the minnow lure first, or maybe I'll try the caterpillar first, and then I'll use the minnow lure. We'll see what we can come up with. But let me get a forged fishing hook on both of these rods. One that I already had and one that I found recently here. Now, fishing rods are weird. You have to, whenever you change something on it, you want to, you have to stand there and wait for it. It doesn't really give you a good progress bar. Unless you're paying attention to the character's head there. It's got to put something in both hands, and then it puts it. Alright, so both of the rods now have premium fishing line and forged fishing hook. Beautiful. You know what? In one of my loot vans, I don't remember which one of my loot vans has an actual fishing container. There it is, tackle box. Hell yeah, we got a tackle box, boys. We can go proper fishing now. Let me put all of my small form stuff for the fishing in there. Yeah, everything fits. Hell yeah. I might even have some worms here since we're coming back to Jericho anyway. Yeah, I got some worms too. We'll try a little bit of everything. Yeah. See if we get one of those fish that are so big that the, whatchamacallit, the thing weighs more than we can fit in most containers. That'd be funny. I'll have my frame packs with me in case that happens. So I think the quickest way to the lake is going to be through the front entrance to the golf course here. I suppose the question would be which lake. I feel like the small one might be a little weak. Can we get to the big one by going through that? Like, we're going to have to play this by ear, see what the fastest way through is. I actually cleared some trees because I had a feeling that I'd be coming through this area with a vehicle a few times. Now, we should have cleared most zombies from this area, but the chances of a random straggler are ever present. I did not hear that one. So if my calculations are correct, we should see a T intersection and then keep going. But before we get to the next one, we may see a break in the trees if the map is not lying to me. The map could very well be lying to me. So here's the T intersection, and the next one is right up here. Would there be something to my side? See how the green kind of breaks way to a little bit of white there? I'm curious if that means there's an easier path. But I'm looking in that direction, and I'm not seeing anything obvious. The trees seem pretty thick. Ooh, look at that. You see how my character just kind of perceived a hole in the fog of war here? That tells me that the trees are thin in this spot. I'm not going to try to drive through yet. Oops. I'm going to just turn around, and maybe I'll take the axe with me. Yeah, I'll take the axe with me. Wood axe onto the back. Trapper carbine into the backpack. First, we'll just test it with walk 2. Yeah. There seems to be a way through here that's easy on foot. And probably just a minimum number of trees to clear, and we could get through that with the vehicle. And that's a direct line to the lake in the center there. Oh, look at this. There's really only like 2 or 3 trees that are actually in the way here. Hey, you know what? Weird and hilarious are the perfect combo for kids songs. One of my favorite growing up is Where Do My Sneakers Go at Night? Where do they go? Where do they go? Oh, where do my sneakers go at night when I turn out the light? So there's 2 other trees here, the big ones though. I feel like the big ones, I actually am much better off not using the wood axe. Because I'm already winded after... The wood axe is basically really good for one-shotting small trees as opposed to taking out big ones. So it's this tree and then this tree, and then that's literally it. We have 3 tiles wide to get through that after that point. So all I gotta do is make sure that I'm hugging the bottoms of the trees on this side when I go through with the vehicle, and should be pretty good. Now, whenever I do this and I have to go, like, whenever I cut down a bunch of trees to make my own custom road through a forested area, one of the easiest things to do to make it easy for myself is to have a few logs from those trees and use them just as like a marker for the road. Something for my eyes to lock onto as we go through. And then from there, it's just a straight shot through here. Now, this might not be the best time of day to fish. We're coming up on the evening hours here. In real life, my dad always taught me that they bite best in the mornings, but I don't know how well Zomboid measures that. I just remember that there's like, I think there's supposed to be like a good time of day and a good time of year. Currently it is spring, so I feel like we're in a good time of year. I have no idea though. I've only been fishing a few times in my life. But look at that, we got a nice easy route through the trees. Just grab our fishing kit, and we'll cast a line. So you see we're exploring unexplored territory. One of the reasons I don't really expect to see a zombie here, even though we're kind of going into unknown territory, is the fact that the trail on the right here, that's a trail we've been up and down a few times with a vehicle at this point, and we made a lot of noise just down here at the bottom of the screen. So I would reasonably assume that any pockets of zombies in this area would have moseyed in that direction quite a while ago. No guarantees on that, but a likelihood, a strong likelihood. And here we are. Nice, easy access now. We can even make that easier in the future, but for now we got a functional path. Add the caterpillar to the fishing hook here. And let's see what the game gives us. Usually when you go fishing, you're looking for those little ripples in the pond. Oops. Is that what I'm looking for there? Thought I saw one there, but it's they're usually a little bit more regular too. Ah, there's some over there in the middle. Yeah, this game needs a gone fishing sign. If anybody wasn't here yesterday, we had a very interesting incident in the middle of this pond. Apparently, you don't want to sit on a park bench if there is no way to get out of it from behind. The park bench will eat you. This park bench right here, we got stuck inside of it. So we cannot sit on that park bench, unfortunately. And it looks like we got a friendo over there. What's going on, buddy? Good bite. I am willing to bet that this is a definitely not the best time of day for fishing. My bedtime is only a couple hours away. The fish are probably feeling the same. There are a couple of other ripples on this side. That feels like I might have latched onto some garbage. It's not actively resisting me that much. Empty tin can. Also fishing experience, though. We haven't read the book. Oh, that's cursed. We're going to need to read Fishing Volume 2 at some point. Perhaps we'll do that as an overnight task if we're going to try tomorrow morning, maybe. Oh, did that eat my bait? That might have eaten my bait. Hey, look at that. We got some friendos on the other side of the lake. I had no idea. That's really funny. That's a situational awareness failure right there. Oh, we got a teeny little fish. Maybe we could use that as a bait fish. Oh, we can actually fillet that. Neat. We'll take that home then. I'll take it as a dub for tonight. With the fatigue kicking in, I'm not gonna challenge that up there. I'll leave the tackle box here. I'll just leave it on the cursed seat here. And the only thing I'll take out of it will be the worms here. There we go. Yeah, look at that. I am actually surrounded by zombies. Just not making very much noise, so they're not bothering me. Perhaps, So, whenever my dad and I would go fishing, it would always be like, we'd go 5 o'clock in the morning, something like that. 5 o'clock in the morning is my character's second bedtime. So, perhaps... We'll see. We'll see how I play that. Maybe if I just go to sleep at like 3 a.m. instead of 5 a.m. And then drink a coffee or something. I'm already enjoying my custom road here. But yeah, we can make that custom road concept much easier by going another step further through these woods. We'll do that possibly at a later date if this proves to be a decent fishing opportunity. Until then, is it easier to try to go... Actually, if I had taken a right just now... Then it could come out, this would be a little bit faster to take a right up here. To come out on the park entrance side as opposed to the golf course entrance side. Ooh, there's several of them over there. Yeah, this place is, it can get a little sus. Just when you thought you cleared an area, some migrations pass through and you realize, nah, it ain't clear yet. I'm at stage 2 fatigue, so I'm not going to challenge anything right now. We're just going to get back to bed. Alright, first bedtime about half hour early, since we were extra tired there. And I think I'll try to go to bed again at, well, nightmare. Yeah, I'll try to go to bed again at like 2:30 or something like that. And then we'll take a coffee with us. Let's fillet that sun ear that we got. Or what is that, red ear? Yeah. Definitely doesn't look overly what's the right word? Impressive in terms of hunger. Yeah, only 7 for each fillet. If we cook it, we can put it in salads right alongside everything else we are using for salads these days. A couple pieces of kale here. Read a magazine or something while that goes. Use 90% of that fish for each salad, and we'll 3 units of kale. And then 1 egg each. That'd feel like a pretty decent salad right there. Everything going into these salads is something I put together myself. Kale, homegrown, eggs from my own chickens, and now some fish from the lake that I caught myself. We're really living the dream now, boys. I'm going to oil the salad up with some veggie oil. Now, not all this veggie oil is actually from my own sunflowers yet, but that will be the dream as of when we harvest our currently planted sunflowers. And I'll go ahead and brew up coffee here so that we can sip on that when we... what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait until like 7 a.m. So I'm going to go to sleep at in about a half hour here. I'll go to sleep in a half hour, 2:30. And I'll wake up whenever I wake up. We'll head down to the lake. And I will wait until 7 a.m. to drink the coffee. Because by 7 a.m. that will be probably a perfect time to delete some fatigue. To ensure that I stay awake with the daylight. In the meantime, do I have a copy of a fishing book that I can read? This is Fishing 4. We would want Fishing Volume 2. Looks like there's no copies here. That's alright. As the remaining overnight passes, I'm going to reorient these vehicles now that we've got a proper gravel lot here. They're a little bit in the way where they're currently at, so if I park them kind of on this facing, they're still ready for an easy exit, but they are no longer in the way. Much better. That thing feels like it definitely needs some more air in the tires. Now, when it comes to parking spots, I like being able to pull into it from both sides. So something kind of on this facing here. Usually the gas stations have pretty good parking spots for me already, but this is an exception. I don't really like the parking spots that are here by default, so I'm going to make my own. Not too hard. Should have some spare wood over here. So what I did is I just carved a sapling into 8 small handles. Now all I got to do is use those to mark the parking spot. They're small, but there's 8 of them, so I can just create a dotted line. I'll do the next segment of that after I catch my second sleep here. Oh, wow. She got a great night's sleep there. 6 a.m. I was hoping that, well, alright then. We'll just head out now and see what kind of fishing opportunities we get. See if they're any better. A little bit of slight fog here. It might still be closing in. So we expect to see a small fight on our way into the park this time. We passed a couple of zombies on the way out. We shall not acquiesce such things. They shall be bonked upon the noggin. For anybody joining, welcome. We're doing a little bit of fishing this morning. Just a little bit. Yeah, no easy access through this little chunk of forest. Something I will evaluate real quick, since we're going to have to fight anyway. The end of this dead-end road up here, it does look to be very close to one of the corners of the gravel road. Would you look at that? A very, very, very thin tree line there. It's even thinner up there, or at least it's more straightforward up there. But that would have required me to turn at the previous corner here. These 3, I'm going to wipe them all out because they are going to migrate into the road where I'd have to deal with them anyway. One on my sticks. I think it was a medium. Slow. And then, of course, the one in the slapping on the door in here. Oh, that would be the gate. You know, there's 3 of them in that backyard. He might be able to break the door easily if the second one gets to him. Yeah, they'll break that. Come on, hurry up. There you go. Good job. Saw one other vagrant back there, but I think he got up and joined the crowd. Alright, no more stragglers in my roads, thank you. Yeah, the fog is still rolling in. It looks exactly the same amount as fog as yesterday. It's definitely one of those kind of warnings. That is not the turn I'm looking for. That would probably be the next one. Yeah, this is a very short trek through the woods here, but the trees are very thick. Well, got a firefighter axe. This would be the fastest way from Wellington to the fishing zone. So I guess instead of testing the morning fishing opportunities, we'll be testing the early afternoon fishing opportunities here. In any case, drinking some coffee now, so that we are awake with the daylight. Looks like this spot right here. Yes, okay. That is all the small trees. I'm gonna go get the... Here we go. Go get the firefighter axe now. Oops. Just a bush. So for minimum viability, we only really have to cut 2 trees, or 3 trees here. But that is very thick. Doing a quick survey on this side, make sure there's not any surprises waiting for me. Aside from one bush, that should be it. Where's the nearest bush? She thrashed through one on the way through. There it is. Ah. Now this is where road markers are more important than ever. So we've got to be right flush with these trees on the right side. So we mark as soon as we can start seeing here, log, and log, and log. So we want to have the side of our vehicle flush with these logs. Oh, I found 2 katanas, yes. Katanas are broken in terms of... They have a sharpness stat, but the recipe to sharpen blades does not include katanas as a valid choice. So we can use katanas, but as soon as they lose their sharpness, we can't sharpen them. So they're basically very temporary weapons. The devs just, for some reason, I guess they didn't expect us to ever find katanas, because we can't use them properly. They're just that untested. Yes, it does. Regrettably. Alright. This should be a very smooth pass-through now. keep the side of my vehicle there, right up next to those logs. Hoisted by my own petard. That isn't the consequences of my actions. I don't know how I missed this one. Okay, now we are 3 tiles wide. I should have done a walk check. That's alright. It's my heavy combat truck. I can handle it. And now we have a very easy route. She forgot to close the door. Very easy route from Wellington Heights. Right at the corner of Rudy Grady, too. It's, that almost feels like fate. This is also an unmarked road. This little road that we took to get down here. That might be one of the reasons I never considered it. Yeah, there's supposed to be a road right there. Perhaps the devs never came up with a name for it. Much better. Now am I taking that route or that route? Huh. Yeah, this place is such a maze, I tell you guys. It is such a maze. Unnecessarily a maze. This is where we need to be extra on guard. Because I have not done too much thorough cleansing of Zeds in this particular quadrant. Not that I would want to be doing any heavy fighting in this fog anyway. It is definitely too opaque for me to want to be out there fighting right now. And that's still not a very straightforward path. I mean, honestly, there's so many winds. But that's not that bad. Fog and rain? Now that's mean. I have no idea if the weather impacts your ability to get good fish. Do fish hide from the rain? These are things that I wouldn't know because I've never tried to fish in the rain. Oh, that's just 1 or 2 trees to get through that. Okay. Fair enough. Alright, now this is where the Zeds are going to be for sure. Because we saw a few just when we started fishing the other evening. And a lot of them were up on this side. I think what I'm going to do is come up here and honk the horn, because this is where it was on this side of the lake, particularly the top side of the lake, that it felt like I saw like a little staggered line of Zeds. So let me have a bite of salad first. And let's put away this axe. Would I come back to use the gravel from the unused pass to make a better one? That would require me to want to go back and forth on this road like a lot. Gravel would make it so that I could drive a little bit faster, and it would ensure that whatchamacallit, that the grass never grows back, so there's never any chance of taking vehicle damage. But moving all that gravel would take so much time that it would need to be, I'd have to make a judgment call as to whether that it feels like it's worth the effort. Right now, I don't 100% know if it's worth that extra level of effort, because it would take a lot more time than simply cutting the trees to get them out of the way. So we have now this is not good shooting weather, but maybe if I take the scope off, we just get some short range shots with this, or medium range. So I'm taking the 4x scope off of the carbine here. Now those 3 were fast, so slows and mediums are coming out now. Looks like the fog is probably going to lift and get replaced with heavy rain. It might be a bit late to check the weather, but I'm going to turn the radio on anyway since it's top of the hour. Oh. Damn it. I clicked the button to turn it on, and then I accidentally click it to turn it off. Alright. Too late now. I've already missed the broadcast. Yeah, this isn't that bad without a scope as long as I'm in tight quarters. But let me try it without the scope versus with the red dot sight. My understanding is that red dot sight is for short range shooting. You're not increasing the range of the weapon, you're just making it so that the crosshair contraction is faster. Yeah, that feels good. That's not very much faster. I guess it scales with range. That red dot sight looks more like a scope. Let's call it a holographic. I don't think we've seen anybody from the top yet, which is good. That means my general comprehension of where they might be is closer to correct than I feared. I feared I just didn't understand this place, in which case there could be any number of them coming from the top of this direction. But no, they all came from below. Now another thing about this gun, this carbine, is it's actually a very quiet gun. It doesn't sound like it, but it is. The tiles, I think somebody, might have been KTO, somebody said something about 70 tiles, versus I think the shotgun is as far as 200. I do not remember the exact numbers, but I know for sure that this is like way lower than the shotgun in terms of sound radius. So I'm going to take another little evaluation of the fishing area here. Oh, look at that. Look at that, we ain't done yet. Still a fast shambler near the lake. Unacceptable. Now, theoretically, the truck can go across the bridge. That's very theoretically because, of course, your vehicles can go on 2 tile-wide paths, but if you deviate like a 0.5 of a degree, it's a hard collision. I would never do this in real life. Most bridges would never be able to take the weight. Yep, see? Deviated by a little bit, and that's all it took. I saw a dude go up there. Keep my back to the water source here, then I at least know I won't get flanked from that direction. But near the what is that, restroom / visitor center / whatever, that is all unconfirmed. That was a terrible shot. Got to remember that this red dot means I've got to let them get pretty close. It's making me want to, I probably should just put the carbine away if I'm going to do that. If I'm going to let them get that close, I should just be using the 357. I mean, honestly, another type of gun should probably come out. I probably should be using 38 Special. I haven't even used it that much. Fucking! Okay, so just because they don't come from the lake does not mean they don't come across the bridge. I don't even know if that's where that guy came from, but yeah. I was not checking over my 6 often enough. Trust nothing. Not even yourself, not trusting yourself. This is just a bathroom here, right? No idea, it's locked. After all that shooting, I feel like if there were going to be too many more, they would have shown themselves by now. Unless they have really low attention spans, which is, that's sometimes that's the more dangerous ones. You know, I think the time has come. I need to start taking off the... I need to take this scarf off permanently. It's getting too warm for that, relatively speaking. It's probably better to go around, but too late now. I'm locked in. You know, this is actually... I've probably successfully blocked their ability to get through the get through this. I probably have a... Hang on. Look at that. They can't get to me from that direction now. So if I fish and I face this direction, then I cannot get snuck up upon. Of course, this one probably knows I'm here, so I'm going to go deal with her. She's got a bicycle helmet, and she's wearing sporting clothes. You would think that would mean there might be a bicycle out there somewhere. Not in this universe, not yet. Perhaps someday we'll have bicycles in this game. I'm going to try one of the minnow lures. See how that fares. Just make sure that the edge of my view cone is still able to keep a track of the right side there. Looks like it. It's a little bit sus, but I think I'll manage. Today is April 20th. It would be a national holiday if there was a nation anymore. Probably not a fish. Yeah, just garbage. Seaweed. We can make sushi, apparently. In the crafting menu here. Yeah, we can make, we can make maki or onigiri. Can't use regular vinegar instead of rice vinegar. That's sad. Oh, look at that. I've been standing still long enough. Now I'm cold. Okay. Alright, game. We're still in that awkward spring phase where if I take one too many layers off, I will start getting cold. Cursed. Truly cursed. This is another one of the reasons I don't usually fish is that, that's a lot of standing around doing nothing. That's a lot of standing around doing nothing. It's very relaxing in real life, but in real life, you get the benefit of actually spending time outdoors. Also, I'm going to go ahead and say that the rain probably is not helping the fish situation. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and, let's see. I've never tried a fishing net. I don't even really know how to use them. Apparently you've just got to right click and hit place. I assume it's got to be like trapping. Okay. I will come back and check that later, I guess. And just for the sake, I'll hold on to this fishing rod. So I already have a second one in the tackle box here. So now my heavy combat truck also has a fishing kit in case we come upon a different lake. Highly unlikely, but, you know, it doesn't actually cost that much encumbrance to be prepared, and so I will be. In the spirit of coming back here slightly more easily, I'll have the wood axe for deleting some of these smaller trees. Sounded like some rustling to my left there. Nope, nothing of interest. Yeah, so we just connect the red arrows there with the green arrows. I think there'll be a spot. Look at that damaged windshield. That was from the last collision we took when we bumped into the bridge. Alas. There's only like 2 trees that need to be taken out for this other half to reach up here. Yeah, that's an easy win. Beautiful. Spooky. So with that, we have a direct shortcut, like a complete and utter easy access to the, whatchamacallit, to the Central Lake, right from Wellington. Let me actually replace these red ones with a green one here. Didn't take too much work. Took a little bit of pathfinding. I would say it's worth it. If we feel like getting some more fish. We'll try again tomorrow morning. The FPS drops from traveling through Louisville seem to be affecting the thunder. We're also getting audio cut out from it. Now that I've completed the hatch to my driveway here, I'm going to actually move the stop sign out. That just requires a that requires my shovel. So I'm going to need another replacement windshield. Regrettably, I have used up every single vehicle that I ever found in the parking lot of the hospital. So, in terms of stealing glasswork from existing vehicles, we'll have to go a little farther afield. There might be one on that D6 in here. Let's take a look at that. Based on the direction it's facing, I might have already stolen it. Oh yeah, look at that, I stole its hood too. I'm going to yank this other window too so that I can tell from a distance in the future that I've already wiped this one out. Now it's a lot more obvious. And that's the only other heavy duty that was ever in this lot to begin with. So we're going to try, well, I think LSU is the next closest large parking lot. Or maybe not LSU. I don't actually know where people... Oh, well, they would park in my parking garage here. That's where they would park for a lot of this area here. So yeah, I think LSU actually is the next biggest parking lot in the area. Let's take a look in that direction. I had actually, and I think I mentioned this last stream, but I did at one point prepare a pipe bombing location for LSU. I just never executed it because our plans changed. So if the situation calls for it, we can in fact wipe out quite a few Zeds. And this is actually not LSU, this is nearby. This is, yeah, LSU is across the street from here. In real life, university students would absolutely be abusing the hell out of this parking lot. Because, of course, that's how, as a former commuter, yeah, that's how it worked. Admittedly, I went ahead and paid for the premium parking on the on campus. But there were many stories told by my peers about how they made it work without doing that. Very reasonably so. Was I going to steal this one in totality? I think I was. I mean, look at all those beautiful parts. Engine quality is not that good, but the tires, performance, Suspensions, performance. Yeah, we're just going to take this whole thing. It's going to be another donor board. In the meantime, we'll take this, if it has one. Yeah, good windshield. This is our new one. I think I'm going to do a full replacement of the front parts here. Let me replace the doors and windows too, since we probably got... Do we? Let me check the doors and windows on this. I've already repaired the doors twice on the fire truck, actually. Yes, yes, we've got just about everything over here. We lost the music, unfortunately. We'll get it back. You know what? Until we get it back, I'll fix it myself. Thanos moment. Every time we bump into a zombie from the side, there's a chance of either trunk damage or like side door damage. So that's how we've been taking lots of side damage to these doors or windows. Also, zombies occasionally will get an opportunity to slap their face on my doors or windows. A little bit less often that I give them the opportunity, but it happens. I don't think either of these had a good hood. No. The D6 over here does, though. This is a preserved vehicle. But the engine quality is kind of garbage, so we're not worried about that. The hood is only 69% intact. I've not had a good, perfect hood and windshield for a long time on my primary truck. That's okay. Thing had two tires that are almost perfect, and they're all performance, so I'm taking them. Put them in the trunk of that step van and then tow it with us. These hoods have never been fixed, so it's probably worth it to slap some half sheets on them and have them on standby. Check this one for tires. Ooh, yeah, perfect performance tires and brakes on this one. Hey, VTSS, how's it going? We spent a little bit of time attempting to fish earlier, and we established the ability to get there easily now. So when maybe tomorrow morning, earlier morning, we will try a little bit of fishing. For now, we are recovering some vehicle parts. Coming home with almost a full trunk of good vehicle parts here. Last thing I'm going to do is yank the hood and then steal some engine parts, and then we're out of here, I believe. Full trunk of engine, or not engine, but full trunk of vehicle parts. I know how to talk, I promise. Engine parts we actually can't fit back there, and that's fine. We will distribute those. There's a couple of vehicles awaiting full repair back at base. And home sweet home. Get some blood on my truck here. Now these spare engine parts actually have a home. One of these two up here are my vehicle van, or vehicle part vans, I think. One of them. No, they're not. My vehicle part vans might have made their way all the way back to Jericho, in which case they don't have a home here. Alright then. And I don't think I ended up putting anything in this one yet. But this one is one of the ones that needed a vehicle or an engine repair. Or, well, it would have if it had any engine damage to repair, but it doesn't, so doesn't actually need anything. Let's just find a home for these engine parts then. We can just put them on the floor for now. Because there's no room in the step van trunk. We got a full set of replacement brakes in here. I might slap those onto the fire truck now that the fire truck's brakes have fallen below, like, they're all in the 80s, I think. This battery is not perfect, so it can stay here and just be used if I need a throwaway. Okay, I actually have to step away very briefly IRL here. I'll be back in just a moment. That was a successful vehicle part recovery, if nothing else. I'm going to take some kale out of the freezer for our next round of salads. Alright, I'll be right back, folks, just a moment. Alrighty, folks, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Swap back the sight on our carbine here. You know, I would do better to have a proper back door going this direction. I could very easily get that put together if I get. We already have the hinges and the knob on the ground. I just need a torch and a couple of small steel sheets. Oh, I do need dub rods for that. Oops. Locally sourced is always best. This used to be one of those detached bathrooms. You know, those gas stations that the employees hate the truckers so much that they don't even want them to come into the convenience store to use the restroom. So they put it outside. I come from a more civilized era where we appreciate our truckers, so I will probably remove the walls in here. Are you going to tell me that light switch there is out of range of my generator? Huh. Now, we're also very civilized insofar as we do not waste water here. Oh yeah, no, I have plenty of room to add some more here. Thought it might be full, but we recently did do a load of laundry, so it is not full. It will be, so I might, this will fill it up, so I might actually, do another load of laundry after finish filling this up, otherwise the rainwater will stop loading it up. Make use of the free water while we got it. If I had a hat, I do have a hat. It's a peak military hat. Hell yeah. General Jackie. This is not Jackie's suit, by the way. This is a pale yellow imitation thereof. I don't think I have any clothing elsewhere here. That's okay. Hey there. We're doing pretty good today. Good to see you, Gloria. We are currently working on a little bit of base work here. We tried some fishing earlier, but then a storm came through. I have a feeling that fishing during a storm is not always going to work that well. Almost forgot to take a bath. We picked up a couple of additional hoods here, but they all need to be fixed up. I need one more steel sheet, and then I can fix them all with, I'm sorry, small steel sheet. I left these buckets here, but they're actually underneath the ceiling of the, they're underneath this ceiling, so they're not actually filling up. So just one more small steel sheet. We'll repair those hoods. Actually, let's get 3 more small steel sheets. I'll repair the one that's on my truck itself. Hey, Richard. Doing good. How about yourself? A little bit of base and vehicle work for the moment. I do want to go fishing at some point here, but I'm going to let the weather tell me what to do on that. Actually got my coveralls dirty there. It's unacceptable. The dirt shows up way too easily on these. And I think we'll be warm enough for tonight. I should have put one of those batteries on the charger. This one is actually loaded with gas, and it's got a battery in it. Really? What is the story behind this van? I actually can't remember off the top of my head if that was how we found it. That feels off. A big gas tank with 100% gas in it? I feel like I was doing something with this step van and then forgot about it. I don't think that's a random find. If so, that is astronomical. So this being vehicle parts, we'll want it perhaps somewhere like over here so we can access it easily. Yeah, maybe. This parking lot it's hard for me to decide exactly how I want to do it. Let's try just next to the truck. I'm also going to move one of these floodlights. At some point I want to get more floodlights, but the easier thing right now would be to just move this one. This side particularly doesn't need to be illuminated like it used to be, because it used to be that we were working on the hospital over there. We are no longer working on the hospital over there. Gotta have my lights match. No question there. Beautiful. It would be a little early for bed here. Let me, I'll read a little bit of trapping before we go to sleep here. Spend about an hour on that. All right. I'm going to give it another shot at fishing now, even if it is raining. Just to see what happens. Maybe it is time of day. Maybe time of day is one of the most important factors, or maybe I'm wrong. We're gonna find out. There's only one way to know. So if anybody wasn't here earlier, we built a series of shortcuts through the center of the what's it called? Through the center of the Iroquois Park, and including a little bit of a back door into the park itself here. I make it look easy in hindsight, but that was a fair bit of effort to put that together. And that leads us straight to the lake in the center, which is probably a decent fishing opportunity. I still have not actually caught any significant fish. We've caught a sunfish so far. red knife stuck in her. Looks like we do have some, what's it called? We have a couple of ripples in the lake right there. So I'm going to try, I'll try this side first. We have our tackle box on the pier, but we also have a fishing rod that we're keeping with us in the truck from here on out. So I'm going to park the truck like that. That reduces the chances of me getting ambushed from this side, because this side can't really approach me from that side. Now can they? They got to go around. So I stand facing this direction, and the ripples are gone. Or maybe they were never there to begin with. Just my luck. Do the same thing over back here. Make sure that I can't get over there. Yeah, I gotta go around. So I stand like this, facing like this, so if anybody comes up to me, they gotta go around the truck and I'll see them at the last second. Better that than them coming up behind, right? You always want them facing you, wherever possible. So it's about 9 a.m. Let's see what kind of fishing we get there. Yeah, look at that. That was faster than before. Little sucker. Tiny little sucker. Small spotted bass, 19 centimeters. Big enough to fillet. That is, I'll take that as a dub. Still got the minnow lure. Let's change positions. I don't see the ripples anymore. That was a fair bit of experience. I should have taken the time to read the book. I'll need to find a copy of fishing books in general. I know I have several copies in several locations at this point. I know, right? Yeah. Low-level fishing is always a cornucopia of garbage. Oh, I almost forgot about the fishing trap we put up there. Feel like I should have learned my lesson when it comes to this. I wonder, can I actually block both sides with the truck? I might be able to. Haha. Look at that. I'm boxed in, boys. The zombies couldn't get to me if they tried. Haha. I can fish in peace. Oh, it's beautiful. Now, that does leave me, of course. I may be in the middle of the lake, but the nearest ripples are pretty far away. Yeah, it's only two tiles wide, so it's a very big dice roll. Well, let's see what happens. That's a little too far out. Okay. All right then. I guess I'll move up. This is a test of your driving skills here. 2 tiles is enough, but only just. See what that trap did, if anything. It's been out here for probably about 24 hours, something like that. Oh, I never baited it, right. doofus move on my part. Can only use chum as bait. Well, okay then. That's the fishing guts. I should have brought those with me. Okay, so this no return expected on that until we come back with the fish guts. Actually, what if I just fillet the one I just got? If I fillet it now, I think I get guts. Do I have a crafting surface? I don't need one. We got fish guts and a fish roe sack and a frog. What? And a little bait fish? Okay, so that all came out of the fish we just cut up. Alright then. The contents of its stomach, I guess. Okay, we have to make chum with a specific recipe, don't we? We have to use sand. There's no other way. Okay then. Needlessly complicated nonsense is the name of the game here, so... I don't think I have any sacks on me. Not at the moment. We'll have to, yeah, we'll just have to come back and do it. But, before we do that... See, look at that. There's another asshole up there. I knew we weren't done with this place yet. Let's go hunting, boys. If there's still people appearing on that side, that means that I should expect a reprisal from that gunshot. You can see at the top here, top center, we killed a bunch of dudes. And we made some noise doing it, so theoretically that should have, yeah, I don't know. They really like to gather in that spot, it looks like. I wonder if I can reach those ripples from here. Right, but I need a sack of sand. Just because I know there's sand right nearby. I could get some, but I don't have anything to put it in yet. Oh, there we go. I've built entire driveways out of sand before. You can make chum off of the ground. Huh. The crafting menu only tells me, the crafting menu is lying to me then. I guess the crafting menu doesn't include things that are still on the right-click menus. I think going ahead and making chum is probably a better idea than waiting for this, because this is, it's already taking longer. Alright, there's a sand trap for the golf course just right down the road then. We'll right-click on that, see if we can do that. Much easier than having to have a sack. I guess the sack is supposed to be an alternative option. I think looking on this side... One of the problems with Louisville is Louisville doesn't have much of the random generation terrain next to water sources. You saw that the grass went all the way up to the edge. It's the same with the Ohio River. Up here somewhere. It's kind of hard to see the sand thanks to all the rain. I swear there was sand up here. Oops, careful with that. There it is, sand trap, right side, right, center right. Yep, very nice, okay. Don't need a sack to start a chum base here. It does delete the sand tile though, so that is what it is, I guess. And we can add any of this, so we'll start with the fish guts, I guess. And we can add multiple things. We'll just start with the fish guts, I guess. I should take some more chum base and maybe leave it in the, yeah, I'll take some more chum base and leave it next to the, whatchamacallit, next to the trap itself so that we can rebait it later. Slow ahead. I can do slow ahead. I'm just come back here and chum some of this shit. We're gonna need a bigger truck. There was probably an easier approach on the other side. I don't know this area quite so well yet. Assuming this functions like any other trap, we basically want to just lay that and come on back later. It would be set at noon on the 21st, so we'll come back at past noon on a different day. Place this garbage bag here next to the fishing. Put the chum and the frog here doesn't go bad, so we can put that in there too. You know, while I'm here with the truck, I am interested to see what's in this. It's probably just a bathroom, but there's a little locked area here. It's either a bathroom or a closet. Yeah, just a bathroom. Imagine having sleeping pills in a public restroom. Alrighty then. Nice bar. Some furniture worth stealing, maybe. Not that I could put very many flags in my current board base because there's no walls that'll take them. All the walls just hide whatever decorations I put on them for some reason. Actually had a shotgun in here. Okay then. Assuming that this building is owned by the local municipality, that would definitely not be a thing. State-owned, whatchamacallit, state-owned enterprise here. They wouldn't be doing that shotgun into the bar nonsense. Maybe things worked differently that early in the 90s. Yeah, I might come back here for decorations at a later point. I can't even get to that bottle of wine. I have to get the table out of the way. Of course, now the rain decides to go away. Or pretend to go away. Right as the, it's in the middle of the afternoon. Probably not best time for fishing. I'll probably try again in a couple days. I've been doing liquor in with the soda, generally speaking. That'll last as long as you don't have huge quantities of both. So I could get away with it here, but definitely not back at my main base. I have been putting off doing my main base sorting. That's a lot of work. But today is more likely to happen then because, well, it is a weekday. Being a weekday and all. Looks like my kale is going stale. I'm just going to toss that. Makes sense. It's been out of the fridge for a minute. I don't even know what you do with a fish roe sack. Craft menu, come to my rescue. Fish roe. What do you do with fish roe? Let's find out. We just need a bowl of water. Make jar of preserved food. So fish roe is a replacement for... What? It's not a replacement for anything. You just... Apparently you're supposed to use it straight up? I mean, do you do anything else with fish roe? Is it like something to spice up your recipes? Huh. Well, I'm certainly not going to waste, whatchamacallit. I'm not going to waste anything, on that yet. You can put it on food. So it is like just a seasoning then. Makes sense. And I was correct. The rain is definitely not done yet. Game's just messing with me. couple of salads with that fish there. So 12 gauge for the ammo van. See what else we can get done despite the rain. Oh, hey, Kraken, how's it going? Yes, we just did a fishing trip a little bit earlier, and we got a few things going. It took us a minute to figure out how chum works, but then I got some chum deployed, so we'll probably check back on the fish trap with chum in it tomorrow. Otherwise, we've only caught some small fish. Couple boxes of 45 ACP for the shooty bang gun here. Yeah, makes sense. Do a little bit of exploration. Yeah, let's do a little roundabout here on this residential road. Oh, shut up, Papa John's. They always send me deals at the worst time. For anybody joining, welcome. We've had some pretty annoying weather today. What are we up to? The third day of today's stream, and we've had fog for the first 2 days and nothing but a deluge for the next day and a half after that, so I've been doing some more chill stuff than combating zombies. For now, what I'm going to be doing is scouting the roads that surround the park, since we've gotten the park itself explored. See how bad things look until we link up with Jericho territory here. The game's music decided to fix itself. Jam? Of course I jammed. Terrible shot. There's no getting around it. When it's raining, you're not doing too good with the shooting. I might as well put the carbine away. There is no discharging it in this weather. Not effectively, at least. There would be nothing stopping me from doing a pipe bombing. I would need to find a decent spot for it, and residential neighborhoods are just they're never really that attractive of a prospect. Unless I happen to find a decent parking lot in this area. Yes, poncho will keep you dry even in crazier rain than this. Usually ponchos are way too hot for me. But yeah, if you have one on standby, you can put it on and you can just stand outside all day in weather like this. I've actually used a poncho to get a good night's sleep in the rain before. So these houses are the ones that directly border the, whatchamacallit, the, right here, directly bordering the park. That's kind of what I'm after right now. So we're gonna reverse back down Falcon Street here. I'm gonna try one of those maneuvers I tried yesterday. Let's see if I can get away with it here. The extremely tried and true tactic of going into somebody's garage and tooting the horn to pull them out of the road. Doesn't work when they're slow and they're in the middle of the road. Nothing does. They just be slow no matter what. I'll tell you what, I really don't want them to be incentivized to go into the park, so blowing the siren down this road is conducive to that goal. Blowing the siren this close to the edge of the park will keep them from, it'll pull them into this road at least. Oh, there's a double fence. Okay. I don't have to think about it that hard then. For neighbors like these, it's a prideful thing to be annoying. They'll thank me in the afterlife once I send them there. Oh, dead end, right then. Gotta love Louisville and its dead ends, don't we? Pull that big old group we assembled through the houses here. So we're on Shelby now, and the school is right there. Oh, we can't pull them through. The double tall wooden fence there. I missed that. Never mind then. We'll need to have them go around. Oh, we're achieving more exploration. I'm here for it. Even better than going in somebody's garage and blowing the siren is just going all the way into somebody's backyard, blowing the siren. That will get them to mosey in the general, not the road direction. And it also assists with pulling them through from the other side. Look at that almost clean road. Okay, not that clean, but you know. I got a path, that's all I need. I'm gonna check around the school here. We got a football field. That's not very good. Not going to be a very good bombing site. But if we go all the way around the school, do we have a parking lot? Because if so, proper parking lot like this one. I think we've got our site, boys. We've got one of them. Let's do right in front of the building. How about that? Remote controller and pipe bomb in hand. Let's clear these guys out of the way here. So that we have a breath of fresh air to place it. Right click. Link to remote controller. Bomb is now linked. Right click, arm and set. You get a timestamp. We are at 2 hours, 45 minutes. Let me note that real quick, if I may. All right. Make it easier for me to get everybody those timestamps in the description for my homies who watch in the future. Oh no, the music's gonna die. I better get closer to zombies. There we go. Gotta keep that music feathered. So we're gonna be pulling them through the school and out of it. Ooh, I need to nail this guy. Hang on. I got this. Got him. He's got a JS3T on his back. There's another JS3T for later. Don't gotta dig through the corpse pile for it. Opportunity seized. I predict we may actually hit this the shadow zombie threshold, depending on how far away we can pull them from. And also depending strongly on how many are going to come out of the school itself. That is still a question mark. Pulling straight up to the center of the school and tooting the horn will assist with that. check around this side and see how far back I can go. This is the football field, but they can come into the football field from all the way to the residential side up here. I don't know if I'll be able to get too many of them from there, though. We've also got time to worry about here. 18:30 now, and it's raining. Our view cone is going to get narrowed within the next 2 or 3 hours, tops. This does not have to be our only pipe bombing. We do have several points of reference here. The bomb is placed on this one in the center, highlighted green, but there are 3 total streetlights up here. So if this proves to be the only good spot for like a fair distance, then we can use it again. My question is how many of them are still coming from around this side. Let me speed up a significant amount here. See if I can ditch the main group in the correct zone here, and take a quick peek, see if anybody significant is still back. Look at that, look at that, look at that. That's, yeah, we want these guys to join the party. Maybe significant is a bit of an overstatement, but, see, I know there's still tons up here, and getting them close enough that they can hear us making commotion in the schoolyard would be the peak we're trying to hit. The biggest obstacle is going to be this double tall fence here, because I know there's tons on the other side of that fence up there. If we pull this group around this fence here, to the bottom left there, then they can merge with the parking lot group that's already there that we left behind. I'm not going to wait up for slow shamblers here, but if we keep the fasts with us, then we can at least pick a chunk out of this group. It'll make cleaning up with hand weapons over here much easier. This is the magic spot. We want as many of them as possible to be in this little area here, because then we can easily bring them around the school on this side to the bottom. The fewest number of fences are blocking our way down here. So I might try to do like a loop-de-loop here. Alright, this is going to cost me some damage. And we're probably only actually going to be able to go through here once before it gets congested with zombies to the point of, I mean, we're already really threading a needle here. I do not generally recommend doing 2 tile wide paths unless you really know what you're doing. Even then, I'm not that comfortable with it. Nasty. Loop around a little bit, give them some time while they're still in earshot. last call for the ones back here. Your powers combined, I am the Mega Cord. I'm gonna boost it to 10 real quick, and then we'll move up here. Start our measurements. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we want to be, if we're looping around up top, we want to be one tile beyond the curb. On this side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2 tiles. Basically where we're at right now is out of the explosive range. So in order to make sure that we gather everybody up who ended up on both sides of the building, go all the way up here, we'll toot a couple times and then loop back on the main road. For the loop back, I'll probably spend a little bit of time at 10 miles an hour, get some distance. Not too much, just a little bit. Watch that boulder. It's a nice boulder. Same principle on this side. Pull all the way up, do it a few times, catch any of the stragglers, like these guys. Alright, I'm going to ditch these guys at a higher speed real quick and just make sure that we don't have any more people hanging around the corner up here. I don't care about 3 or 4, but no more big groups. No more big groups. Okay. You see how quickly the music fades? There we go. We ain't done yet. I didn't hear no bell. Getting critical mass on this is going to be very difficult. But we'll do it. We'll make sure it happens. We always do. So now we're waiting for a lot of the people who were around the corner here. A lot of them will feel the need to go through the school. because that'll be the shortest distance to follow to get to us. That's why all these windows here are busted out. If anybody wasn't here earlier, bomb is right here on the middle one. So we are approaching the direction of mass that may or may not be of the critical variety. But this is a very ramshackle assembled horde here. We've got like the contents of 2.5 neighborhoods, and then the commercial sector down here, and then the interior of the school. So we are, yeah, this is mixed meat market right here. But I believe we've reached the point where we no longer need to go all the way out to the outer edges of the school. We just need to hang out in the middle here, and they will all be able to reach us. Boost it up to 10. I think we have critical mass. And there goes my view cone. Right as 2200 comes around. That's okay. After a certain point, remember, we don't even look. We have to imagine where the blob is for the final detonation anyway. We'll be all right. Up goes the UI. Oops. I just wanted to go down to 5. I didn't want to stop. Curses. That caused a little bit of damage there. Alright, I think we're ready at the top here. Alright, I'm gonna have to do this blind. Maybe at the bottom. We'll call that probably sub 95. Let's call that 92%. I'm here for it. A little too close. A little too close. Let's use this parking lot here. Oh, I put away the carbine. Never took it back out. That's more like it. Let's reorient that light. Damn car. It's gonna take some of these shots. Like that one. Damn it. Fucking cars, dude. Backing up. We're already getting them from the back, too. We've gone just far enough that some of these people will not have heard the original siren. I'm gonna reorient completely here. Starting from the other side of the parking lot. Honestly, I should just come back and clean up after we sleep. It's bedtime. Yeah, there's the fatigue. Let's just come back and clean up after we sleep. There's not that many left. There's plenty left, but I'm not like so worried about this place that I really want it cleaned out immediately. No. This is not a time sensitive objective. We'll take a nap. We'll come back. Easy peasy. They're not going anywhere. We left quickly enough there. They'll all pretty much all be in the same spot when we come back. Wish I could say exactly how many that was, but I know we never hit the shadow zombie threshold, so that was below, definitely below 500. Let me get a time of detonation estimate there. That was, we're at 3 hours, 7 minutes now, so I'll just put 3:05 to check around, something like that. The goal was always to clear this far road, and we got a little far afield of that, and that's okay. At some point, we'll turtle our way down this road, and it'll be a lot easier because of what we just did. In fact, if we have good weather tomorrow, that's exactly what we're going to do. We'll turtle our way back down, and that'll be part of the cleanup process. If the rain is finally done, then that means it should hopefully dry up overnight, get us a few more frames in the frame rate. Ah, thank you. That, we could put more yellow boxes over here if we leveled up some of these crafting skills that we literally never use. But I see skills as a mean to an end. We've got all the means we need for our ends for now. We do have some crops planted that will benefit from more jars from the glass making system later on. So we might end up accidentally leveling glass making to the max. Pottery is another thing that I've put a little bit of effort into, even though I don't really need to. At this point, we've got all the utensils we need. Well, that's it's funny you should ask about kills. 41,634. Of course, not counting any remote pipe bomb detonations, which that's a lot of kills not being counted. If we look at my screenshots of all of the pipe bomb kills that I've gotten here. I don't always take screenshots of every single one of them. At this point, it's almost like taking screenshots of your living room after you've cleaned it up. You can see one of them in the front of the Grand Ohio Mall here. Just imagine huge piles of zombies like that never get counted. So, I don't know, add something like 30% to that, maybe. Sophie's. That sounds like a mod. We've been rolling everything vanilla here for the unstable beta. I'm looking forward to stable and seeing what the modding community is going to come up with. We took about, what was that, 15 damage to the trunk, so not optimal, but we should only need 1 repair. Yeah, right back up to 92. We are now out of pipe bombs. I prefer to always have a pipe bomb with me, so we're going to make a couple. Let me quickly inventory my electrical parts and make sure that we actually have enough of those. That's going to be the critical linchpin component here. So we got 21 in there and 16 in here. 30 ought to be enough. We're just going to make 4. Yeah, we'll make 4 pipe bombs. So we've already got the broken iron pipes in a garbage bin there. And we've got glue and duct tape in the bomb-making bag. And then we just need some sacrificial bullets. SWAT van has got plenty of calibers I'm not currently using very much. Let's do box of 44, these boxes of 30-30. And I'll do a little bit left over with 9mm and then use the rest to fill some magazines. We're going to do 4 bombs, then we need a total of 80 bullets. That's a lot of mods. But that's the brilliance of playing on stable build. Once it's stable, you don't have to worry about it getting broken by updates all the time. So we just got to yank the gunpowder out of these bullets now. Starting with the 30-30, that'll be half of it. Thankfully, this will take up most of the night, so we don't have to worry about spending the dark hours. Next, we'll do 44. And that just leaves us, we need to use 20 of these 9mm. And I'll put back the loose 9, or actually we'll just take 2 empty 9mm mags out of here. Fill those both up. Yeah. That I could not play this game very much without fast forwarding. I would need much more frequent breaks from playing this game if I couldn't fast forward. We'll also need to meal prep for tomorrow, so I'll take some take another carton of eggs out of the freezer and some kale. Otherwise, we've got our 80 gunpowder. We can go ahead and make the bombs themselves now. I will wait until tomorrow to finish making them into remote bombs. So the bombs themselves, just 3 scrap, 1 broken pipe, a little bit of twine, and 20 pieces of gunpowder. So we can go ahead and do those 4. But then our second bedtime's coming up, so we hit the sack real quick. Hey, yep. We've been doing pretty good, kid. Hope you're feeling better. Seeing as you did decide to go into work after all. I've gone to work while sick. Not too recently, but recently, and it's no fun. Especially if you have to go work on site. Alright, so next we are turning these pipe bombs into remote pipe bombs. So we've got the bombs themselves. We're going to make a remote trigger. This is the part that costs glue. But we might have an influx of glue in the not-too-distant future here, because one of the buildings we just cleared was a school. Oh, hey, yeah, don't worry, Gloria, we've got timestamps. 2 hours, 45 minutes in to about 3 hours and 5 minutes in. So if you want to go back and see what the pipe bomb looked like, you'd be going back about 13 to 15 minutes from the current timestamp. Next, we've got the 4 triggers. We just have to add them to the bomb. This costs duct tape. 1, 2, 3, and 4 remote pipe bombs now constructed. On standby for the next spur-of-the-moment bombing activity. This is this has got to be like the 5th day in a row we've had inclement weather in the morning. It's only light fog, but it's still going to mess up my shooting. I'm not going to let that stop me, but it's annoying. It's really annoying. That is incredibly annoying. There's a reason and look at that, it just got worse. It's not going to stop me from melee combat. I'm gonna scout the area. I'm not going to get out and do melee combat. If it's gonna still be doing this weather nonsense, then let's just well, let's get breakfast first. I can't forget about that. Let's get breakfast and then let's scout out a little bit. Perhaps there's more bombing activities we can think of. We'll need to cook these eggs. My meal plans these days are just salads consisting of hard-boiled eggs and kale. So we should be able to get away with 6 salads there. And now for some clickety-click. I've already messed these up. I don't care anymore. 3 units of kale in each, that's all I really care about. Can't go more than 3 because once you go more than 3, you start getting a severe punishment for using the same ingredient too many times. Because that's how food works. Anyway, they're all 30s, so that's good enough for me. We last checked generators on the 17th, I want to say. So we should still be good back at Jericho. And the generators here actually shut down at one point. We refilled them. I think we'll be good for a day or two at least on generators, but we want to keep that in the back of the mind. Alright. Hey, look at that. We spent just enough time to make the rain and the fog go away. Okay, scratch what I was saying before. We are going to proceed with the turtling down this road and see how that goes. Should start seeing them as soon as we get to the houses on the left side here. Theoretically. There we go. There will be no corpses in my roads. Alright. Bring out your dead. Bring out your dead. And they're okay, a little bit of rain is no problem. It's the rain plus the fog that would have killed me. They'll get a pretty decent crosshair with this. So if I stay just a little bit off the road, then anybody in the road will reliably bring themselves out of it. Haha, I'm surrounded. Paying close attention to that lady on the other side. We want to nail her before she gets into the road. This gun is the Trapper Carbine, if anybody's never heard of it. It is the meta, in my humble opinion, for medium range shooting. As anything longer range than this, you'll want to be using a rifle, but those bullets come only in 20 bullets to the box now. And because of that, you're going to want to be more sparing with it. This is a pistol caliber, 45 ACP, and it comes 50 bullets to the box. So this is the highest quantity to the box of bullets that you can throw the farthest distance. I regret not thinking about that sooner. I'm spreading the word about it wherever I can. Alright, we'll wait for Chuck to come across the road then. I need some drivable surface here. Always gotta wait for Chuck. We call him up Chuck because he's gotta come up the street. Come on. Right there where the other corpses are then. Oh no, my gun jammed. Whatever could have happened. Ugh. Wouldn't think I'm level 10 aiming. I mean, the L92? L92 is 30-30, isn't it? 30-30 is 6 bullets and it jams a lot, and it's 20 bullets to the box. Inferior in almost every way, except for the fact that it's not magazine fed, which you also can't put any attachments on it. Correct me, is the L92 or L94? L94 is the 357, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, both of those carbines aren't that bad. It's the fact that you can't put any attachments on them that really bother me. Well, okay, you can put ammo straps on them, but no scopes. Okay, yeah, so that's the other way around then. It's not a bad gun, but if I'm going to be using 357, I prefer the Magnum. Because then I can just do this whenever I want. I have that other meta event stealing my thunder there. Meta event to the top leftish. So all these guys up here are now moving to the top left. See, these shots I'm nailing right here, you would not get anywhere close to this with any of the L's. L92 or L94, neither of them. Yeah, I would definitely say that. Now that being said, if you're gonna do something to level with, get ready for jamming a lot. I mean, you're gonna be jamming almost anything that you use except revolvers, and there's only 3 revolvers. 38 special, I think now is probably just as good for leveling as it is for end-game short range. I don't even have a 38 special on me right now. I just haven't assembled the niche for it yet. Carry weight is also a concern. If I have a medium range weapon, then I'm a lot less likely to let them get into optimal range for 38 special. Yeah, 38 special is just because, you know, it being a revolver, that means it's not going to jam. And jamming is always one of the biggest concerns at lower levels these days. Yeah, I mean, you take police officer, you're going to be shooting a lot, and you're not going to be worrying as much about the long haul for leveling. The nimble is nice, too. Police officer gives you a +1 to nimble, doesn't it? Alright, you know what, lady? You're coming out of the road one way or another. Can't you all be like this one and just shamble at a reasonable speed? Slow to the right. This is not a road that I intend to travel on a lot, so I can afford to leave a few corpses on it. Okay, we're good. shit shots there. I'm not patient enough sometimes to wait for this thing to get to optimal aim. Even with the red dot. Assholes from further down the road then. Alright. Just gather around the truck. The truck ate most of them. What? No, it does. Okay, so anytime you hear a sound, when you're with a vehicle, and you do something that makes a noise, my understanding so far, and I don't know if there's any exceptions to this, but my understanding is that anytime you hear a noise, that means there is a chance of damage, up to and including grass. If you're hearing grass, if you're on tall grass and you're driving through it, that is a chance of damage, like 1% on the undercarriage every couple of seconds or something like that. I forget the number. But if you don't hear a sound, then I think that means no chance of damage. Again, I have not exhaustively tested this. That would require a lot of testing. Alright, this is getting tiresome. Melee for a minute. This is the corner where my supply line starts. I need to be able to go around this corner, so. They go no... You cannot pass! We're actually starting to get low on 45 ACP, I think. Come on, Slowpoke. Show me your head. Damn fucking house. There we go. One to my 6, medium. Damn it! This sword, do you have a sharpen or what? Is that just a... Nope, just a tough Zed. Every once in a while, there's a random tough Zed. Takes more than one sword hit, even at level 10 everything. Now that's dangerous. We got one coming out of the woods there. That should not exist. We did a very good job of cleaning Central Park here. What is this nonsense? Actually, they're probably from the houses. There's some houses down and towards the bottom left corner right now. Yeah, and on the subject of driving slow enough to not cause damage, 5 mile an hour cruise control is yet again the meta for that. Go 5 miles an hour on cruise control, and you can run over as many bodies as you want. You'll never hear a sound. Oh, hey, Salix, good to see you. Glad to hear that. Always happy to provide quality background noise. Is that it for ACP? No. Okay. That was an unusually fast reload. Damn it. Shoot the one all the way in the back line there. It's a figment of the new aiming system. There's literally no solving that, because we have no other feedback on which one we're actually aiming at. Not like we used to. Thankfully, not too many of them got stuck up by my car. Whenever I leave it running, the engine captures a few. Hello. Someday I will have a full Rick O'Connell loadout in this game. I'll have a long gun, a bolt-action long gun. I'll have 2 revolvers and two pistols. Someday we'll have it. Today is not that day. What we really need a double chest holster or shoulder holster, double shoulder holster, because that's what Rick O'Connell had. Alright, we'll definitely start seeing stragglers pop up over here, and that's perfectly fine. They can always take their time to show up later. Point is, the bulk of who would show up in the corner of the street here has now been dealt with. Is that it? Yeah, finally that is it for 45 ACP. We open a couple more boxes and we proceed. Well, I mean, how long can I proceed? I need to make sure I have a clear 6. 45 ACP, 45 ACP, into the backpack. Let's check 357. Yeah, we could do another box. It's a beautiful day, finally. We could actually do a little bit of sniping. I'm here for it. Yeah, let's do it. Y'all think I need to be at medium range to kill your asses? Imagine having 2 jams in a row. Yeah, we can move forward, he said. It'll just be a few stragglers. As the hordes of hell approach from the right there. Alright, 762 into the backpack. MSR 70 into the hands. Time to click some heads from 8 times range. The only reason I don't use this gun all the time is 20 bullets to the box. If I did, they would all be gone very quickly. And now I am sick. Now I'm putting on the mask respirator. Empty water bottle replaced with a full water bottle. Hey, tedious, 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 tedious. Gripping my mouse too tight. No plans on switching to Linux for my primary build. A lot of people appreciate Linux from a standpoint of, you know, we don't like Windows, we don't like Microsoft, it's Microslop, and I agree with all those criticisms. I do not agree that the only solution is to go with not Microsoft software. My solution is, this is my machine, I will make the machine do what I want it to do, and that includes the software that runs on it. So I will do whatever I need to do to make Windows do what it needs to do. I'm not going to just give up on the operating system that I understand the best. I will just, even if it takes more effort than Linux at this point to get it to do something specific, I will do whatever I need to do to make it happen. So no, there's no plans, not for primary machine. I have 2 Linux boxes in my array right now. I've got one running bare metal over there on pfSense, and I've got one behind the camera. I've got one of my PCs running a web server as a VM. CentOS, I know, I'm sorry, I know. But yeah, it's not that bad. It does the trick. I mean, it's Neth server was the package that they put together for it, and I don't see that going anywhere. They've kind of dropped support for it. I don't like where they were going with the. Seems a little bit compromised, in my humble opinion. If I was going to try, actually, I do have a laptop over there too. Currently on the floor. I would have to go pick it up. It's running Dev 1. Dev 1. Dev 1 is keeping itself free of Systemd and a couple of other controversial Linux editions. I mean, Arch is only bad if you're trying to do it from the ground up and you don't understand it. Then Arch is a nightmare. Because if you're just, you know, jumping in to learn it. But Arch is, I mean, SteamOS, one of the best Linux distros on the planet right now. That's Arch-based. It's just, you know, how well put together is your Arch distro. There are such things as, like, other Arch distros that are meant to be a lot more user-friendly than the standard Arch. And, I mean, Arch has gotten worse over the years. I have heard some horror stories recently about the AUR being compromised with malicious packages. It kind of always sounded like that was almost inevitable. I mean, the AUR seems more like a parlor than a cathedral in terms of what they allow in. And, I mean, you know, all the fundamental problems with that. Steam Workshop is a parlor over a cathedral, and, I mean, just because there's a little bit of control from Steam doesn't really mean that you don't get those Project Zomboid mods uploaded with the Lewis scrap code that starts sending Bitcoin to somebody, or what was it, Bitcoin? Some shit coin that they were coin miners were on the workshop, by the way, if anybody didn't know that. But yeah, nothing wrong with Linux, great thing, but I refuse to accept the paradigm of I must leave Windows because Microsoft is doing things I don't like. No, that's the premise of an asshole right there. I don't accept that. I will make Windows do what I need it to do, no matter how much work I have to do to make that happen. CachyOS, I have heard that word before. I have heard that word before. That is, I've not heard anything bad about it. Let me put it that way. Now that we've got, whenever you go to Steam reviews allow people to attach their hardware to the review, including the software, and on the software side, if it's Linux, they will also show you what packages are being used. So if you go to Steam reviews and look for whoever's playing it with Linux, you can see what other builds they're using. You don't even have to type it in the review. I've already given up on one side of this road. It's alright. Just one side is all I need to traverse it. It's average Louisville neighborhood here. No real surprises. Especially once I pull this rifle out. I'm not helping the situation necessarily by using one of the second loudest rifles in the game. Actually, this is the loudest rifle. Shotgun is the loudest gun overall. I'm probably pulling people from the other side of this street in the bottom right with this gun. But we're clearing territory. I'm here for it. Yes. I agree with that mentality, Gloria. Any operating system that comes at you as a pre-built thing, its usefulness is going to start fading off a little bit when you start wanting it to do hyper-specific things. I mean, I think I've mentioned this before, but my operating system looks like Windows 10, but it's Windows 11. It's Windows 11. What is it? What's the build? 22H2 is the build that it's stuck on because I refuse to do feature updates if I don't feel like dealing with the features. I'll go to the MUC and I'll pull the KBs for the security updates and install them manually if I feel like it. Remember, the computer doesn't tell me what to do. I do whatever the fuck I want, and it'll do it. Or it won't. Every time I look at another live streamer and I see a Windows update notification in their taskbar tray, I just cringe a little bit. You don't have to deal with that, dude. There's a better way. But that's alright. People do what works for them. See, the biggest sin that I would ever accuse Microsoft of right now, in addition to all the other stuff that they're doing, is that they hold security for most clients who don't, you know, do custom everything. They hold security updates behind feature updates. They hold it hostage. If you want the latest security updates, you have no choice. Just turn on Microsoft Update like a good little goy, and install the slop, install the AI slop. Make sure that Notepad has AI in it. Fucking, it's especially egregious coming from Microsoft because they have never needed, they have never had the we're shoving AI into everything because we want our stock price to go up. They've never had that excuse. Their stock price has been perfectly fine this whole time. They're literally just doing it because that's what everybody else is doing. Monkey see, monkey do, to the nth degree. Activate. Hey, you know what? That's actually, sometimes that's a pretty based thing. Hang on a second. Do I still have it? Do I still have it? Stand by. It would probably be under clutter somewhere. It'd be under clutter and then remote. Or do I even still have it? Sort by date modified. This would be years ago. This would be years ago. I might not have it anymore. At one point, I was running some virtual machines with Windows installed, and I did not feel like blowing any keys on a virtual machine. So I just came up with a script that killed most everything on the screen, including the activate Windows notification. There was a very specific memory address to target, and you kill that thread as part of I can't even remember exactly what the thread was a part of, if it was explore.exe or something else. But yeah, there's a specific thread you could target and kill. And I had a script that did that automatically, but I forget what I did with it. What have we got here? We've got a double tall fence in this dude's backyard. Okay. Unknown targets from the right. Generator just chilling outside right there. That's neat. Remember, generators in garages can actually include these little awnings that just are in the same place where a garage would be. Oy. Oh man, I could tell you some stories about Microsoft in China that... Actually, I think... Okay, so... on my server, the one I was pointing to, behind the camera, behind the over-the-shoulder camera, that server is currently running the most basic bitch version of Windows anywhere on my network. Not so basic that I just leave Microsoft Update on, but or Windows Update, but basic enough that I don't whitelist or blacklist any traffic coming out of it, because I need it to be open to pull up a couple of things from, anyway, I'm not going to get into specifics on that. The background that I came up for it is one specifically mocking Windows, and it includes a reference to the most heinous sin that they ever did with China. Where is it? Here it is. I'll pull that up, it'll take a second. Still got a cert in there from when I did my own self signs. That was a long time ago. You can tell that it's standard Windows by how long it takes to log in. Please stand by while we launch all the slop. Please stand by. Launching slop. Spinning wheel. Welcome. There we go. This is it. Sorry, every time I see that fucking background, I can't help but cackle. It's just Bill Gates laughing times 3. But over here, the oh, I need a closer look at it. I can't see any closer. It's smart size, so I can't see any. It's a reference to the Windows 10 China Government Edition. Microsoft literally made a custom version of the operating system for the Chinese government. That, in my humble opinion, was one of the biggest sins Microsoft ever made against national security. I won't say too much about my my day job, but let me just put it this way. If my client, a federal agency, wants Microsoft to do something, they've got to pay them a lot of fucking money. They've got to pay them a lot of fucking money. Microsoft will do it. Don't get me wrong, Microsoft will do it. But you'll notice there's no such thing as a Windows 10 U.S. Government Edition. There's just a Windows 11, and there's how much is this agency willing to sacrifice from its budget in order to get what they need out of it. That's Microsoft's approach to the states. But for the CCP, no, they'll give them a whole pre-built copy of the operating system. And I don't know what the CCP is paying them, but I have questions about what they're paying them. This is a long time ago, by the way. I don't know if they're still doing this. I really want to hope that they don't do it anymore. Oh, hey there. Yep, these we were at 41,003 something before. Now we're at 41,865 at the moment. All those have been from the past hour or so here. We've just been kind of yapping and clearing a street here in Louisville. Sitting here yapping about Microsoft, doing Microsoft things. Are you front door? No, that's probably a back door. Yeah, every once in a while somebody else figures out how to go around this corner here. I think I can lose the respirator for now. She'll get sick again for too much of that, but we'll hold on to it. Sup, Chuck? See, because of this, because of the end of the fence here, we'll be seeing a lot of people coming around that corner until we push ahead of it. Hey, you know, that's Microsoft has extended Windows 10 support. Was that just for European clients? I can't remember if they expanded that to everybody. Microsoft extended Windows 10 support because of something to do with the EU until something, and I don't remember the dates. I just remember that for the rest of us plebeians, Windows 10 support's already officially over. That's backdoor, so that's hang on. It's probably outside, isn't it? Look at that. Goodbye. Goodbye, Z-boy. I'm going to tick this generator and leave it by the side of the road. We have no room for it right now, but it's easy to leave it for pickup. Somewhere visible where I can see it. How about right here? Getting hot again. Scarf coming off. Is there any LMG in the game? That is a negative. You can turn your... I mean, okay, even if there was, I never use it. Unless there is such thing as a trigger modification to make a light machine gun semi-auto. In that case, maybe. But otherwise, why would I ever want to put away that many rounds? Zombies don't move fast enough for that to be necessary. Just click on their heads. Just click on their heads, semi-auto. Don't waste any bullets. It's a machine gun is almost always going to be a waste of bullets, except if you're in 7 Days to Die, and zombies are fucking bullet sponges, so you gotta sit there and piss away your ammo no matter what. Thankfully, for 7 Days to Die, we can just make our own ammo. That is not true in Project Zomboid. I was saying this before, but I seriously hope that someday we'll get to craft black powder ammo, because that is realistically that's something that somebody can do with local resources here in Kentucky. Black powder ammo will damage modern firearms, so if I were to put a magazine full of 45 ACP black powder into this thing, it would jam all the time, but it would still shoot. So I mean, you know, locally sourced ammo versus smokeless global supply chain ammo that will never get produced again. Decisions, compelling decisions. Yes, yes, I agree with Kraken. There's other, you know, I mean, you could use an LMG against masked targets. It's just that modern warfare doesn't usually result in anybody being massed together in one place. If that happens, it's usually because it's a group of Iranian protesters or something like that. We don't do that here in the West. I was about to say unfortunately, but no, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. As much as I would love to see the people going out there and breaking windows get some comeuppance, I don't think an LMG is necessary. Hey Mish, how's it going? Good to see it. We're currently just doing we're just having a standard day on an average Louisville street here. And yapping a little bit. Yes, yes. I agree with that. Revolvers are going to handle black powder a lot better. You need that open cycle. None of this blowback stuff is going to work as well. I ain't no gun nut. I don't know the deep specifics of it, but well, I can cite other video games that have done it well. RimWorld is a great example. RimWorld has got various stages of gun tiers that go reliably based on what is it? Based on operation. How the weapon operates, whether it's like a bolt action or whether it's like a gas operated blowback or something like that. I forget the exact names. Been a minute since I played RimWorld. How long has it been? I think it's been over a year at this point. October 2025. Yeah, it's been close to a year. We got too slow coming from the top. Fast from the bottom. Just gonna try to go through the house maybe. No. We're approaching territory that would have had some of the resources drained when I started the pipe bombing the other day there. I don't know if glow sticks are one of those things that we'll never be able to make with local resources. It's definitely one of those chemical things. I feel like it's going to be one of those modernity things. But I have no idea. Whenever I think glow stick, I think advanced chemical production, which is, yeah, won't be able to craft our own. Flare guns are an exercise in pyrotechnics, but, pyrotechnics, I mean, China was able to make fireworks out of black powder. I'm sure we could do it. Speaking of ammo, 26 of the 45 ACP, 75 of the, whatchamacallit, of the 357, so we're good for the moment. I get back in the truck and another one comes around the corner. Is that going to happen again? Find out, won't we? I hate that. Alright, I'm getting reckless. My name ain't Ben. Fences are no longer my friend when it comes to nailing headshots. Unless I'm, you see, even then, that should have been a dead to rights headshot right there. And that's it. 45 ACP is empty again. There's another 100 shots of 45 ACP. Every time I have to do 2 shots on somebody who just flipped over a fence, I cringe just a little bit internally. My current cringe levels go up by 0.1% every time I have to do that. It's so stupid. Their face is literally pointed at me. My crosshair is right over their head. Why was that not... I give up. I give up. There's been a problem with fence shooting for, I would say, like 2/3 of the builds for B42. And I never found out whether it was intentional or not. Oh, no. Okay, so Kitty, I have literal billions of stockpiles. We have only been using the cartons from 1 van so far. We have 3 vans out in the front. We have 5 vans back at Jericho. We have a total of 8 vans. All of their trunks are completely full. Some of them are just shy of 208 encumbrance. So if we want to be generous, let's just say 200 encumbrance times 8. So that's 1,600 encumbrance of ammo packed into cartons. Something to that effect. Not including what's currently in the fire truck and what's currently in the SWAT van. Those are cartonized ammo. So ammo is not a problem in the slightest. It's just specific calibers. Come on, get out of the fucking tree. There you go. Trees, man. How do they work? But no, I do think we'll be fine on ammo for quite the foreseeable future. But 762 is the one platform of ammo that I am at risk of running out of if I go nuts with it. That's what I was talking about before with the rifle that's in the back here. If I feel like doing really long range shooting, which, you know, we got great weather for today, I have to be very specific about my usage of that. Otherwise, we don't actually have a lot of 762 left packed across those other ammo vans. Those ammo vans are just sort of a totality of all ammo platforms. Yeah. 556 would be in the same boat, but 556, there's a quirk with the drop rate. Every time you go to a gun store, there's a pretty decent chance you'll find an ammo can, a container, and ammo cans almost exclusively spawn 556. So 556 is actually, in terms of overall... Fuck off with the jamming, god damn it. 556 is one of the outliers. You'll get a lot of that specifically, despite it only being 20 bullets to the box. I am hoping that that's an intentional thing to offset the pathetic fact that it's a 20 bullet to the box platform that you have to put 30 bullets into a magazine. That door just broke, so there's 2 coming out of it. Now I need to vibe check myself a little bit. These circumstances right here, just pushing ahead semi-recklessly on a residential road with an unknown amount, surrounded by trees and unknown amounts of zombies. Yeah, that's exactly how I lost Barb the Builder. I should be having PTSD flashbacks right now. Yeah. Yep. Pipe bombs are just, they are peak efficiency. Only the electrical part and glue absolutely put in there to make sure that we don't have too much fun with it. Alright, you know what? I have no patience for this, lone zombie behind the door bullshit. Fatigue is hit. We are out of here. I will not waste any blade durability on fatigue. Not right now. It's just a Louisville residential road. There is 500,000 of these. Not worth any of my material. That no, not in the slightest. We're out of here. This is a situation where we fall back at first sign of. Oh, you know what? We can fit this generator into my backpack. I need to take like 0.6 out of it. Respirator comes out, and now these blue generators only weigh 30. I can fit 36 in my backpack. Generator into the backpack. That's the value of the blue generators. They are slightly smaller. Only an organized person can do that. Ah, yes, of course. I actually forgot that happened. I forgot that you couldn't drive right through those lights. Something in the back of my brain meat must have remembered, otherwise I wouldn't have put it like that, but no. I'm gonna reposition it slightly. In fact, I'm actually gonna go put it on the roof. Can't use that door yet. Haven't reworked to the interior. That's going to be tonight's overnight task. I need a more convenient back door, and that's going to be it right there. That blue generator we picked up can go into sunballs. All right. I'm going to get my first sleep, and then I'm going to have her chill for a moment. I have to step away briefly IRL. And then for the rest of the night, we've got a little bit of base work touch-up to do that I'd like to get knocked out. Quite literally knocked out. We've got some walls to blow out. Alrighty, folks. I will be right back. One moment. Alrighty then. I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. So on the meta today, took inventory of my tasks after I stood up there. IRL, I've got to peace out in probably an hour or two, maybe. That's enough time for another full day. So we'll definitely have a full day tomorrow, but I will probably have to peace out after that. Usually I do my streams anywhere between 6 and 8 hours, but I do actually have a couple of extra things on the agenda today. Starting tomorrow, I think I mentioned this a little bit before, but if anybody's not familiar, I'm a big fan of e-scooters, and I finally just fixed mine after a long time of a busted tire. Got it fixed up, and I'm going to try to commute with it for my day job tomorrow. So usually my on-site days are designated to be Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. So tomorrow being Tuesday, I'm going to give that a shot. But I need to stress test it. I have not stress tested the tire enough to confirm that it's good for a, hell is it, like about a 10-mile commute, something like that. Most of it down the W&OD trail, but yeah, that's definitely something I'm going to have to stress test. So I have to actually just go out and ride. Just go out and ride. And I want to do that while we've got good weather. We don't need to meal prep. Not really. In fact, before we go to bed for our second bedtime, we will eat that last bit of salad that we still have. I need my sledgehammer so that we can cut out one of those interior walls. We'll steal the sledgehammer from the SWAT van. Alright, we got an effective back door now. I had been planning on doing that for a long time. I can't remember if this was the angle to be wary of. I want to say that this may delete the wrong wall. See how we've got this one here highlighted? It may destroy the other one instead, but we can't even reach the other one from here, which I find that to be very funny. but I'm okay with it if it deletes it. I just prefer I prefer that it doesn't. And look at that, it deleted the wrong wall. I literally couldn't have even selected the other wall from here, but that's just a problem that's going on right now. It only applies to walls that face like upwards, towards like the outer walls if you're looking up towards the top center of the screen. I do hope that gets fixed before 42 goes stable. At least it looks even now. And I don't think it applies to these walls here. I don't think. I mean, if it does, we're about to find out. Yeah, it's only corners facing that direction. Okay, we're good. This light switch doesn't even reach anything, so I might delete that too. I'll leave the sledgehammer here for now until I make a decision on that, because we have already allotted our muscle strain for the moment. This, what is this, blue carpeting, I think? Blue smooth flooring. That's pretty rare, actually. I don't see that very often. Not all of the fossil oil gas stations have those. In fact, it's less than half of them, I think. Yeah, I'll just disassemble the door. Got to flex on my my rare welding goggles here. Super rare. Don't ask me where to find them because I don't even remember. They're just that rare. I've only ever found these once in 2,700 hours of B42. This has been my luckiest character by far. I'm not even going to risk it with this door. I'm not even going to risk it. Nope. Or this corner, rather. I'm pretty sure I have to select this side if I want to destroy that side. I'm not going to risk it. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'll let that corner stay as is. I would sooner do that than break the wrong one. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've found 2 katanas, but I've only ever found 1 set of welding goggles. They're just friggin' ridiculous, man. I don't currently have a way to refill these welding torches. I would need to find some propane for that. Oh, I'll just leave them here then. And when we disassembled that door, we got an impossible steel sheet. Steel sheets are not used to construct those doors, so I don't know exactly where that came from, but I'll take it. Something I was considering doing a long time ago is also just deleting part of this fence here. Just the inner part. Enough so that I could actually just drive around the exterior of the base. That'll be a worthy expenditure the rest of the night here. So I'm still protected. The zombies can't come from outside of this area, but now my own traffic flow is no longer impeded. Aside from, let's remove this roadblock here. We no longer need to worry about opening this fence as often anyway. The roadblocks are there to mark where the fence opens up to the farthest extent. So now when I re-enter the area here, we can drive all the way around this base. Not that it's too easy, that is still a little bit tight, but not bad. Not bad. I like it. I don't think I need another compost bin, but this is where I've been leaving my stuff, so I'll leave it up here. Alright, that's good enough for now. We can go to sleep. Great weather, looks like. Unless it gets ruined by rain. Looking like we got a great day ahead of us here. It's good sniping weather is what that is. Do I have my... Nah, let's get my salads so we're fed for the day. Do I need any more ammo in the back of the truck? Let's just double check that. We're good on 45 ACP for now, but we've been using a lot of it. That's alright, it's been going to good places, like heads and chests and center masses and all that lovely stuff. I'll continue holding on to the half mask respirator because I have no idea exactly how much corpse density we're going to need to worry about here. And you're not going to make me think that I didn't just hear somebody flip out of a window. How many times have I been back and forth on this road before that happened? Lady, you have taken your sweet time. I'm going to steal your backpack for that. And your book. You know, I am 100% done with this thing being here. I'm going to make it easier to take this turn. And that's going to involve a welding torch. Honestly, that looks pretty cool. I like the goggles with the helmet look. We'll just take the steel sheets from this. Everything else we can come back for if we need it later. Tree was looking at me funny. Not the only thing looking at me funny, it seems. Side door. Can't shoot him through the little peek hole there on the door. Oh well. I guess he can sit there and smack his face against that. It's a shame that that doesn't cause any damage to the zombies. You would think that there's only so many times they can bash their skull against something before the skull breaks. But then, well, you want your realism. You want your realism. That would be realism that would help us way too much. So we'll never see it. Never in a million years. R.I.P. That one right there is one clear street corner. No more worrying about taking those hard turns at speed. It's like this one right here. I don't have to worry about taking a hard turn there because there ain't no obstructions. Kind of straggler activity we got here. Looks like just 3 foot mobiles over there. 4. Let's have a bite to eat, and let's go waste those guys. And Karen over here. Oh no, they're going to the wrong side of the road. Stop, quick. Most Project Zomboid players. Oh no, they're coming right at me. Me. Oh no, they're going into my roads. Stop. Oh, did they? Oh, they finally broke into this garage. Nice. Congratulations, gentlemen. You did the thing. Now I can go see what you've won for me here. I should have known that this would not be the only ones that, just the ones we could see. Far from the only ones in the area. Alright, now let's see what was behind door number 1 here. Fat lot of crates. Now don't underestimate these crates. Sometimes these crates will have, ooh. Alright, 2 sacks of gravel. I need to do a perimeter check before I talk about this next one. Yep, see? So what we saw there in this last crate is gardening loot. Gardening loot including a seed packet, a slug repellent, but most importantly, a toolbox. So what that is, agricultural loot with a toolbox or a gardening basket. That means that's a chance. 1-2% chance of rose seeds or lavender seeds. Let's go, boys. And lavender! Holy shit, we got lavender, boys. Oh, fuck yeah. I gotta go plant that right now. I'm not even kidding. I have to drop what I'm doing and plant it because it is still April. It's still April, which means we can still plant roses or lavenders. That was 1.5%, 2% chance, maybe. Because basically, the way it should be is every time you open an agricultural loot table, you should have an equal amount of chance at all seeds. That's not how that actually works, though. For some reason, flowers have been removed from every single agricultural loot table except the baskets and toolboxes that show up inside of agricultural loot. So yeah, that is an incredibly important find for this character's journey. That is probably just a silly little glitch, but it's been around for several builds now. Imagine getting so excited over a packet of 5 flower seeds. Ay, Dios míos. So yeah, we're going immediately right back to Jericho, and we're going to plant those. It's not going to be, we don't have to put that much effort because we've already got a protected place where we can plant more stuff. Sorry about that. I get heated every once in a while, and sometimes it's over the strangest things. Zomboid has become such a comfortable thing at this point that I don't get heated as often. But every once in a while, you get those 2% loot chances right there. It's not really. I'm not that happy about flower seeds. It's just it's a really rare roll. I'm always happy for extremely rare rolls. It's the old loot box mechanic there. Yeah. If I ever, I could go foraging right now. I'd have a malice for it. I probably wouldn't find it. Conditions are good. I could try foraging today, but nah, I'm just gonna go plant these right now. No more questions asked. They must be in the ground immediately. looks like our sunflowers have reached the next growth phase. And with our corn here. These are the roses we planted earlier. They are in the seedling phase now. And I believe I said that I was going to do horizontal rows. Yes, we're going to do horizontal rows of crops. I'm going to need a sack or two for the whatchamacallit process. Let's just go ahead and take a few sacks of compost over there. And we'll compost these rows right here. Since they've all gone up one phase, they are ready for another composting. And then we'll have sacks. We can take out the dirt. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can do one. I'm going to do a row here. I'm going to do a row of lavender in between these. Am I? How about right here? Yes. That's a very simple thing. I mean, you know, when you get extremely lucky. That's probably, you know, the chances of that were probably even greater than the chances of, or lower than the chances of finding a race car, just to give everybody some perspective on that. I mean, in practice, this character has found 2 race cars, but only 1 packet of lavender seeds. In the L's... Best month is April. It is currently April 23rd. So we just barely made it. Alrighty, lavender is in the ground and it is watered up. So it's going to be about 2 weeks behind the roses, I think. Roses and lavenders are those are both examples of the ones that are really hard to find. So that is every single type of crop except for soybeans now. I don't even know. You know what? I'm going to check this real quick on the website here. Let's go to pzwiki.net. And I have never seen, as far as I know, soybeans seeds at all. I may have seen them, and it may have gone in one eye and out the other. Let me check my seed supply here. It's nowhere near as expansive as my seed supply back at Phallus Lake, though. Nope, no soybeans in this. There's all the S's. That could just be, you know, that could just be luck of the draw. I'm sure that soybeans are not the only thing I haven't found anything of here in Louisville. I also have not exactly gone too far out of my way here in Louisville. There are other loot sources that I haven't even looked at yet. In fact, one that we cleared the other day. I also don't usually. In fact, sometimes even when I get excited in this while playing this, I try not to get too loud about it because well, the microphone is a condenser mic and it's got a filter on it that doesn't pick up things after a certain decibel range. So it'll actually I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it probably cut me out a little bit. So I'm usually keeping a close eye on my levels. I should have put those seeds away. Too late. Too late. I'm already in the truck. We're already headed out. But yeah, we're going to pick up where we left off because I don't like leaving a job unfinished. But, I mean, if lightning strikes us again and we find another packet like that, I mean, now I have a lot less to worry about in terms of flower seeds because flowers, once they finish growing, we wait until they're blooming, we harvest them. We'll get more seeds when we harvest them. We should theoretically get more than we had to plant. At least I think that's the rate of return. Don't quote me on that 100% because I'm actually not 100% sure. What if we took a different angle of approach to continue what we were working on there? We could just continue down Waverly. We would eventually link up with Shelby. At this point, it would be faster to just continue. Yeah, it'd be faster to just continue where we've been going. If I wanted to do that, what I just described, we would have been better off headed off the opposite direction from Jericho. If I was better at statistics mathematically, I would go through the effort of calculating exactly how rare it would be to find rose or lavender seeds. But I'm not that good with statistics. Once you get into multivariable, you know, the first variable is the percentage chance to find a garden basket or a toolbox in an agricultural loot table. That in and of itself would already take some calculation, but then you have to calculate the chances for every type of seed to spawn inside of a garden basket or toolbox. Yeah, those two factors put together is what you're looking at from a statistical perspective. But as soon as we get beyond one variable when it comes to statistics, my eyes start to glaze over. I can understand if I put a lot of effort into it, but that's, yeah, like I said, it doesn't come naturally to me, so I don't, I'm capable of understanding math. I don't, I'm not one of those people who can just do it like they breathe. Some people can just live and breathe by mathematics or statistics. I am not one of them. We were proceeding on foot down here, I think. Before we lock back into shooting where we were, let's just proceed down to where the school is and see what the straggler activity is overall for the school area here. I think it's literally just straight down this road, isn't it? Or did we have to take a turn there? No, here it is. Okay, so a big chunk of the dudes never made it around the fence. That's unfortunate. Not that we don't have a solution for this. We have a big solution for this. A loud solution, one that gets multiple kills per shot. They almost even call it a shotgun, if you will. We'll need to open some boxes for that. Mind, pal, I'm trying to open some boxes. Alright, so we've got shotgun shells, about 100 of them in my backpack, along with the shotgun itself. We'll start to pull that out when we get some condensed targets on these fences here, the tall fences. You've got to learn to enjoy the simple things in this game, otherwise that's the only reason that I'm able to continue to enjoy it to this day. I would have definitely gotten tired of it, God knows how long ago, if I was not capable of enjoying the silly little things part of it. So we're at the corner of several fences here. It's multiple opportunities for them to get stuck on. And when they get stuck on the fences, they line up. And when they line up, that's when the shotgun comes out. Oh, I see. So over here, what we've got is this guy. He's found a way. Unlife finds a way. He's just going all the way around this fence. I didn't realize that that garage gave him a way around. Okay. So we don't exactly have both sides of this road in that way, but we can do this number. At some point I will be able to go in there. Damn it. So we've got to get the ones that are on the inside of the fence to go down first. Come on, dude, get across the road. I hate the slow ones that take forever to get across the street. Oh, it messes up my vibe so much here. It's alright. I think we've got a moment to shotgun now. Only just a moment. Damn it. Not as much of a moment as I would have preferred. See you over there. Line shot wins. And I'm not going to declare this street corner clear or anything, but for a place that I was previously having to resort to a pipe bomb for, not bad. I didn't really articulate what we were doing just now, but we're doing the back weapon swap thing. So I've got the carbine in my hands. If I want to switch to the shotgun, I pull it out and then I put the carbine on my back slot. You can open up the slot by holding down the button for it. So by holding down 1, that opens the radial menu to put something into that slot. Shout out to my viewers. Taught me how to do that. Appreciate you, fam. And this is the site where we blew up everybody the other night. Good healthy pipe bombing there. Now, if we can gather these guys into a nice little group, we can bring them around the corner of the school and use the school itself to cluster them together for some shotgunnery. But I'll need to keep their attention to do that. And not get eaten in the process, so. I'll also need my truck not to be distracting them. So I'm going to back up a little bit with the truck and cut the engine. Alright, so now we attempt to get them to come around the corner together. And we go for a few multi-hits with the shotgun. Want to maintain sufficient distance from these windows. If somebody flips through them, we'll hear them. And this is just not worth it, not yet. Need them to be more condensed for the shotgun to be worth it. Otherwise, I would just do this. I don't like using a shotgun shell on a single target. It just feels wrong. Thanks to a couple of dudes flipping out the window, we are, yeah, that was a wash. A wash. Read me with a good time. I can still click some heads. Hang on. Yeah, that's right. I like it. Opportunity. This is why I wish so much that I could somehow get a different back slot entirely. So I didn't have to constantly be doing this flippity-floop back and forth between the current long gun that clicks heads individually and the other long gun that I need to wait for them to line up for to actually get the most out of each shell. Affix bayonets. Yeah, just wasn't enough for the shotgun to be good on that corner, and we didn't have a clear 6 after we crossed it, so whatever. Can't win them all. Sometimes you just gotta shoot them all. And steal the steel sheets. I think we can put the shotgun away now. We have nice shells remaining. Don't want to die. I'll have to kill you myself. This carbine is already damaged. That is freaking wild, dude. These carbines do not last long. I guess the devs just don't expect us to shoot that much with them. What's my leveling strategy? It varies. So right now, the current build of the game, and I don't know if much of this is going to change when Stable comes out, but right now, the build that we're working with, guns jam at a disproportionate ratio based on your level. Even once you get to level 10, you still got to deal with them jamming, but at lower levels, guns like the one I'm using right now that have got 7 in the magazine, you'd be jamming every 3 or 4 shots at lower levels. So that is already very annoying. The way I like to do it is wait until I've gotten a fair stockpile of ammo types of all calibers, and then wait until I've gotten the book read. Once I read the book, That's when I usually try to use revolvers at point blank. Revolvers don't jam. So 38 special or maybe 357. 357 is so useful that I like to try to save it. So 38 special or 357. 44 is too heavy. I prefer not to use 44 for leveling. So I would say, in terms of priority, 38 special, 357 magnum, and then use those revolvers through the first 4 or so levels. And then you can start branching out a little bit. But no, when I'm leveling, I kind of just use guns as melee weapons. Because even at low levels, you can always nail a point-blank headshot, even when they're upright. Now, if you can do this, if you can knock them down, also always going to be a point-blank headshot like that. That maximizes your chances of actually getting a solid return for each bullet when leveling, so you don't have to piss away the bullets. But usually I just kind of follow that principle, and then from there on else I kind of follow the situation. You know, I'm pretty sure we've got some clouds or wind today. I should be getting in perfect weather conditions. These would be perfect crosshairs. Am I out? I'm out. 2 more boxes of 45 ACP coming right up. $1911 is going to jam on you every 3 shots, and it's a tiny ass magazine. It'll kill the zombies if you nail a headshot with it, but I just can't stand the changes that they've added to jamming. Jamming is just such a stupid mechanic right now. And of course it gets worse the lower level you are. No, there's aiming and reloading books, D&D books. You can find them at... it used to not be this way, but you can actually find them on almost every library now. Sorry, let me rephrase. There is a chance to find them in almost every library, but that chance is still definitively lower than a regular skill book. But I have actually seen aiming and reloading books show up in small town libraries now. So it is possible. Used to just be that you would only really want to look in the gun stores for them. Or survivor bags, or survivor homes. Survivor homes are usually where I expect to find the best of the books. Longplay, aiming, reloading, those ones, the rare ones, the non-library abundant books. Didn't even realize we had a building over here that was this big. Probably a community center if I had to guess. Just gonna go around behind it like this. We here to explore. Now, for reference, we hit aiming level 10 a long time ago in this character. We are reloading level 8. One of the reasons we've actually made some good progress in reloading level 9, we're like a 2800 out of 7500, so we're about a third of the way through. One of the only reasons we've managed to pull that off is because we've been using this trapper carbine. So we're kind of double dipping on reloading experience by shoving bullets into the magazine every time we need to reload. It's extremely tedious, and I don't recommend it if you want to enjoy shooting a lot. But if you are looking to grind reloading and you have no native skill bonuses, only the books and a normal character, this is one of the ways to do it. Because you're basically every time I shoot and I want to shove some bullets in the magazine, I'm also pulling the magazine out, bullet, putting it back in. That's 4 actions. Each one of them gets you a chance at reloading experience. So you can kind of start to see it's different from like a revolver. This revolver, I shoot it, I reload the bullet. That's 1 chance or 2 chances because I forgot to reload it before. It's 1 chance per reload basically for standard, hand-fed ammo weapons, like your rifles and your revolvers. Magazine-fed, you get a little bit more if you shove the bullets in the magazine every time. I wonder if I can shoot this guy from the corner here. That would be a negative, Ghost Rider. I can't. I hate that. I hate that so much. Stuck on a door. Both the doors locked. Tedious. Tedious. Just gonna leave him. I don't want to say that the school is close to being secure, but we have done a good number on the exterior here. Let's just check the backside here. And we're going weapons silent here. I'm going to put away the carbine for a moment. This is a no-gun zone. But, it's alright. As the sole remaining authority on Knox County, I hereby declare myself permitted to carry in school zones. Regular children have nothing to fear from me, but there are no regular children left in this universe, so make of that what you will. Every single one of these desks is a 1 in something high number chance of glue. So that is what we are here for. Glue gets us more bombs. Also radios, apparently. Don't know what elementary school kids are listening to the radio every morning. Gotta catch their Rush Limbaugh. This is the 90s, after all. We're also in the market for things like adhesive tape. Photograph of someone who clearly hates photos. R.I.P. Who brings a whole-ass briefcase to public school? Oh, man, that kid probably got beat up a little bit. Sorry about that, kid. Don't listen to your parents when they say it makes you look professional. You just look like a dork. Be advised, this door is broken. Somebody could come right around that corner, and I'd have to push them. I believe that's everything in this room. Like I said, we did a pretty good number on this place. We orbited the entire school and made a lot of noise in the process, so vast majority of anybody in here should have been brought outside. That's that right there, a handbag. Somebody brought their purse to elementary school. That is going to get you made fun of a lot less. Oh, here we go, glue. As long as it's not a cheap purse. Then the girls will all beat you up in the locker room. Glue, CD player. We've already found 2 tubes of glue. That is another 5 pipe bombs right there. Hey, 5 tubes of glue, or another tube of glue right there. Hell yeah. That is what I'm here for. Inject that directly into my inventory, fam. Lockers, in my experience, almost never have a chance at glue. But I'm also in the market for electrical parts, so take some CD players, whatever. Could steal some kid's lunch. Get some more beef jerky. So I was talking about that a few times. Basically, the answer to that, D&D Dorks, whether I'm going to start a new save or not, that is going to depend very heavily on what changes with 42.20. 42.20 drops, this character's journey comes to an end. We go back to Phallus Lake, we sail off into the sunset. Whether I start a new character immediately or whether I put this game on ice for a little bit and shift gears to something else so that I don't let myself burn out on it, That is all going to depend on what drops with 42.20. It's possible I could foresee a circumstance where maybe they completely fix agriculture. If they completely fixed agriculture, I would start a new character immediately, the same morning of the update. I have this very deep dread, this existential dread, that the devs are going to completely fucking ignore agriculture. So some of these things about agriculture that have been broken for pretty much all of B40. We have never been able to grow tobacco, by the way. I want this stated for the record. Tobacco has been in this game since B42 was added. We have never been able to grow it because the devs have not changed one number in vegetablesconf.lua. Line 780 something. I forget the exact line number. Add an 8 to the array so that it's valid to grow in September, and we could actually grow tobacco. But that has been broken since I reported it back in May 2025. They've still never responded to my bug report. If they don't touch agriculture when 42.20 comes out, I will probably put this game on the back burner for a little while. Because again, they have to, if they're going to break my save for an update, I need something substantial to come with that breakage. Otherwise, I don't feel the urge to start over very much. So that's kind of the spiel on it. I'll believe that when I see it. I'll believe that when I see it. I did not see them mention agriculture in the latest blog post. You're gonna have to forgive me, but now I need to back up my claim on this. Project Zomboid. Next steps. We're gonna open this up in a web browser, so Control F actually works because Steam is a piece of trash sometimes. And we will embiggen it. And I'm gonna hit Control F. I'm gonna type agriculture. We couldn't even get the first 4 letters, my friend. They did not say anything about working on it. Not in the latest blog post. The only thing that they mentioned specifically that I know of is, where was it? They said something about towing. Yeah, here we are. So, character spawns, controllers, meat yield from butcher hooks, vehicle towing, multiplayer shit, and loads more. What kind of loads are we talking about here? Are we talking about load size small? Are we talking about, like, a little bit of a pittance? A little bit of pittance on the bad day of the week? Or are we talking about Gimli load sizes? I have no idea what they're talking about there. We're just going to have to see the load. We're going to have to see the load. Otherwise, we have no idea what kind of loads they're talking about there. Sorry, I don't usually get that. No, I'm going to stop with that. This is not supposed to be a family-friendly stream, but I'm semi-professional most of the time. Do I need more bowls? I have 20. I have 20. I'm fine. Give me some butter here. Come on now. That's what I'm talking about. Give me some butter. Hell yeah. I must remain advised this door is a liability. Yeah. I mean, if they said it somewhere else and it might actually happen, hell yeah. You'll never hear me complaining if it actually happens. I will be a very happy man if it actually happens, but like I said, I have this very, and I don't even have do I have a reason for it? I just have this deep existential dread that they took one look at, or maybe they took several looks at agriculture and they're like, it works, let's go, let's do something else. That is my fear. The reasonable thing to do would be, let's come back to it before we go stable. In which case, great things are on the horizon, right? Did we already check these? I think we did. Yes. So just this classroom to the right then. Another briefcase. Now, I am the double briefcase. I gotta have a weapon in my main hand. About to steal some kid's lunch. They've got, holy crap, an entire lunch bag with nothing but rotten stuff in it. Now that That's some kid whose mother really loves the perishables. That's, yeah. Even my mom was, hey, there's some more glue. Hell yeah. Even my mom had a place in the pantry for non-perishables. Hell, my grandma had us doing jarred food of our own. Usually it would be things like cucumbers. And that tradition did not survive when my grandmother was no longer living at her home. I think our total glue is like 5 tubes now. Yep, we're up to 5 tubes, boys. That is whatever 2.5 times 5 is. More lunch. Now this kid knows what's up. Chocolate chip cookies, granola bars, stuff that doesn't go bad. More glue. Oh, we're making off like bandits today. There's a key to the school. I don't think I'll need it. Call it key LV school. I'll hold on to it, but I seriously doubt I'll need it. There's not very many doors left here. More glue. If we come out of here with double digits of glue, I'm going to be, I will be ecstatic. That would be very appropriate for a Louisville school. All right, that's all the classrooms on this floor. There are a few desks in the principal's office. All right, so, I'm going to take a quick break from running around and disassemble all the electrical items I've found. 7 CD players. It's 14 scrap electronics from that. Hell yes. That is some of the best ROI that I can get, actually. Each CD player can get you a baseline of 2. I thought there was a chance at more, but baseline 2, it seems. Total so far 7 tubes of glue, and we've only done the first floor, so there is a second floor. Ah, break room. Give me some coffee. No coffee? Yep, that right there. That's funding problems right there. Louisville City Council couldn't spare enough for couldn't spare enough. Federal funding must have dried up too. Teachers without coffee, that sounds like a terrible thing. I remember some of my teachers from high school specifically that would not, I don't think they would even show up. I think we would have a substitute if they didn't have coffee. Janitor's closet, most likely. Supply closet. Okay, upstairs we go. There should not be a third floor as far as I understand it. I do not know of any public schools that have third floors. Oh, that's sad. All these desks are empty. Either this didn't get a loot table defined for it, or perhaps, I don't know. I have no idea. I was thinking for an excuse, but okay, you know what? I don't think what we were just looking at, there might not be very many kids stuff at all because their school might not be in session. The apocalypse is July 9th. I don't think school is in session on July 9th in Kentucky, in the 90s. No, that was definitely summer break. Yep. So there would not have been any kids necessarily in school during the apocalypse. As far as the lore would have us believe, there would be, the kids just wouldn't exist. My headcanon is that the Z virus needs a circulatory system of a certain size, so anybody below that size would perish from this earth. That's why the zombies are all adults. I mean, the real answer to why they're all adults is because certain laws in certain jurisdictions have violence against children depictions, and so in order to sell the game to the highest possible market, they'll never have any kid zombies in this game. But it's always nice to come up with a lore explanation for that. Yeah, all the student desks seem to be empty here. So, okay then. We'll just check the closets and the teacher desks. Lockers still seem to have stuff, which I find to be very funny. I'm hoping we'll come out of here with enough electrical parts to completely offset the next round of pipe bomb construction. And we already checked this one, okay. Last classrooms here, then. Supply closet? No. We didn't check this one. More empties. I capture the flag. I mean, Louisville is the biggest. I wouldn't call it my favorite. Quite literally almost everything that I can think of except for these helmets. This helmet is the only thing that I have right now anywhere in any of my assets that I could not get outside of Louisville. I do not know of anywhere where these particular helmets spawn outside of Louisville. And it is best in slot. That's why I'm wearing it. So, just very small, like, very small reason to be like, yeah, I gotta go to Louisville to get the helmet. But at the end of the day, it's really just Louisville is big. That's the long and short of it. Not even any student desks in this room. This is the last classroom, and then we're out of here. Just a quick peek at these desks, and also empty. Damn, that is such a shame. An entire floor with like 4 classrooms full of desks. And for some reason, the loot tables just decided not to spawn anything. I parked on this side, I believe. Well, at least we managed to get everything. Steel sheet on the floor up here. When it comes to starting, characters, I always start in Riverside. If I had to pick a town to just, you know, live in indefinitely and retire in, probably Riverside. I didn't build a base in Riverside this time around. My central power base has been in Phallus Lake, outside of Louisville for this character. Louisville's just great because, you know, once you set up here, you can go so many different places without having to change your you know, your main base. I have forward outposts for convenience, but I don't need to have a whatchamacallits. Don't need to have a main base like really far away, like a country road away. Speaking of, how far up am I? Look at that. We are technically probably closer to my main base, Jericho. Well, actually, we're like almost at an equidistant triangle. Yeah, look at that. We got Jericho right here. We got Wellington, which is my forward outpost, and then our current location here. It's 6 1, half a dozen the other. Gotta love those equidistant triangles. But yeah, for anybody who is here for the heavy combat, I think we may have concluded combat operations today. Let me get everything that I've just looted. Let me get it all sorted, and then I will make a judgment call on that tomorrow morning. Because I do have a couple of things on my agenda IRL today. I gotta handle this afternoon. Would prefer to do so before we get too deep into the afternoon. And let me tell you just how much I don't want to be spending time around pretty houses right now. The answer is this much. This is a bit of a literal roadblock here. It's the way the trailer goes right up against the lamppost there. I can get around it, but this is extremely inconvenient. Very mean to spawn a roadblock when there's bushes lining the road. Which way, Western man? Left. Yeah, that's Shelby to the right, or we're on Shelby. Yeah, so Hyacinth, and then we're on Waverly. Waverly takes us directly to Jericho. And Waverly vast majority of Waverly is cleared. There's going to be a few stragglers on it, but otherwise Waverly is friendly territory. As friendly as Louisville gets. Ah, that's an animal trailer that just spawned in. There actually may be live animals in it because it just spawned in. Let's just take a peek since it's not swarming. Yep, rabbits. You hear it? How many? That is an entire family of rabbits. Okay. I'm a cruel man when it comes to rabbits, but when they're already in a whatchamacallits, in an animal trailer. Alright, I'll give them a home. So in order to get this animal trailer hooked up, the most efficient thing to do is to reorient it like this. The days of hooking things up at a 90-degree angle are long over. You've got to be pretty much straight on. That is a very recent thing. And I have no idea what they're going to do to towing in the next update. But they have said that 42.20 is going to change something with towing. I don't feel like dealing with this guy. So I'm going to do that. Not close enough. Guess I got to deal with him after all. Let's go, dude. The ragdoll system would have kept him on ice for a unknown number of seconds. Now, rabbits make extremely annoying screaming noises when they're stressed. No surprises that a bunch of animals who have been in a trailer here for a while would be stressed. Are we really doing the thing with the animal trailers here? Yeah, we're doing the thing. Okay, so this truck of mine, it can tow a step van, but some animal trailers are just busted. And this is one of them. So, I have a classic solution to this. If an animal trailer doesn't tow at all, here's what we got to do. Tire iron in the main hand, jack in the offhand. Open the radial wheel, hit V. Vehicle mechanics, and yank the tires off of it. I'm not even kidding. Just yank all the tires off, leave them on the floor. If it's going to be that weak, when you try to tow it. It is better to tow it without any tires at all. Can't imagine this is going to be a very smooth ride for our rabbit friends, but, well, they only have the devs to blame for that, not me. Oh, I've got to hook it back up again. And once we get back to base, I'm actually probably just going to sleep outside. The rabbits are going to, Did they fix it? Wow. I think they might have fixed it. Okay. Oh no, here we go. Yeah, see, I'm not losing speed at second gear. That means we're fine. Okay. Otherwise, I would have had to leave them behind. Because, as you can see, I can't afford to have too much dead weight right now. Pro tip when it comes to towing, while a vehicle behind you is fishtailing, it does not weigh you down very much. Thought I'd fixed it, but here we go. Are we going to make it? Nope. Nope, we're not going to make it. Am I going to have to go backwards? We might have to go backwards. Okay. Let me just make sure I'm on Waverly, because I don't want to have to turn. No, we're on Waverly. Alright, time for some stupid shit. Y'all ready for this? Whee! It used to be that you couldn't... It used to be that the lack of resistance we're experiencing right now would happen both forward and backward. But now it only happens backward. So they made towing even stupider, boys. They made towing even stupider. Oh, shit. Oh, this is so stupid. Would you believe me if I told you this is literally the most efficient thing to do right now? The only other solution, if this didn't work, if this is the last thing I could drive right now, if this didn't work, I would have to go get a different animal trailer and transfer the animals from that. But, yeah, oh, okay. Yeah, we're doing this now. That's all right. We've got an animal pen to bring them to. I just, you know, I'm going to clip this. I'm going to clip this, post it to a separate video, and I'm going to post this on Reddit and be like, I'm very glad they said they're going to fix towing. That might give me some updates. What do you guys think? My Reddit posts are always hit or miss. They usually, like nobody sees them, or, like, they go nuts. There's no in between for me. Well, they've nerfed damage from vehicles to zombies. They've nerfed that into the ground. We used to have the Spiffo Battle Axe. The Spiffo Battle Axe used to be a mechanism for towing a trailer with you and slapping zombies with it and instantly killing them. So yes, you had a brilliant idea, and it used to be a true thing you could do. But the damage that is done to zombies now from doing that is like so negligible, it's basically pointless. I'm going to back this thing up to the door on this side. That's probably the easiest thing now. If I keep it close enough to the door, I need to be able to open the door too. Let me see if I can actually open the door here. Okay, I can open the door. That's what I need to be sure of, because, whatchamacallit. If I can't open the door, then I can't drop them off inside. If it's close enough to the door, then I can keep the UI open and just toss them on the floor once they're inside. I'm just going to cut the truck off because we're going to sleep here in this house. Alright, so UI is open. We grab one. Step inside, close door. Toss it on the floor. Remember, we have to keep the we have to shut the door as often as possible. We do have a fawn running around in there. But it should keep... Actually, the fawn's going to stay away from me, so I don't think it'll accidentally run out. Okay, that's the animal trailer emptied. And we are now locked in. So, for animals to slowly reduce stress over time, they will do so if you just hang out with them. So what we're actually going to do is I'm already prepared for this. Already prepared for this. We've got a bed right here. So those rabbits that are making the stupid little the little stress noises, they'll stop doing that over time as we spend time with them. So just sleeping here counts as spending time with them. I have no idea how stressed they got from being in that animal trailer. I have no idea how long they were in there. That animal trailer could have spawned in just now, or it could have spawned in when we first came to that area the other day, which was when we did some pipe bombing followed by some shooting of the shotgun. And gunshots stress animals, so it's possible that we, by our own actions, we stressed the rabbits into oblivion. It all depends on when they actually spawned in. I don't hear them making any more bad noises. Never mind. There's a few. We can also pet them, but there's a cooldown, and I don't understand the cooldown. So I'll just walk up to each of them and hit E. I missed. I pet the chicken instead of the... I have no idea what the growth rate of the animals are now. It's changed. 42.15, I want to say. 42.15 changed a lot of the default animal settings, including pregnancy duration, and I think possibly growth rate as well. So it slowed it down, basically. And some of these animals also were subject to glitches during this character's run. So I think some of these rabbits are like possible. The ones that just spawned in, they'll probably function normally, but the rest of them will not. In any case, I think that's all of them. Wait a minute, is the fawn no longer running? Okay, no. No, the fawn still runs from me. That would have been amazing if the fawn actually trusted me, but no. It's not possible to domesticate deer, unfortunately. You can rescue them, but they'll still be wild animals. I need some new light bulbs for the corner here. So we did get a little sidetracked there. I do think I am wrapped up for most combat operations today. So I'll go to sleep and I'll get everything cleaned up for next time. But I think we're done with the big stuff. So if you guys are here for the big fights and whatnot, we're concluded with that for today. Otherwise, we'll be here for an unknown amount of time getting everything else situated. Placing light bulbs, petting animals to keep them from being stressed and whatnot. The usual long-term survival stuff. You can see how I captured the thing in the first place. Animals don't do well with corners. I can literally shove him out of the corner and he'll sometimes try to go back to it. Yeah, that's alright. We don't hate him for it. So I'll sleep with the aminals one more time here, and then I'll pet the rabbits one more time. After that, I'm just going to trust that their stress levels will go down. It's worked for the rest of them. One of these raccoons was originally a rescue, and we managed to de-stress both raccoons completely. The petting shall continue until the stress disappears. Now, this baby rabbit, I think it's one that we just picked up, so its mother should be here. Oh, no, it can't. So this thing says baby can't find its mother. I can't remember. We originally did have a baby here that was also an orphan. So I can't tell them apart. Was this one or the other? Okay, this one that we just pet, the most recent one that now ran this way, probably running back to mommy. The other baby over here. This baby does not have a mother. We have actually been bottle feeding it, but it doesn't appear to be needing to be fed right now. Let me pick it up again real quick, and we'll take it over to the bottle and see if it needs it. It doesn't say it's hungry, but... Right-click on the rabbit, feed aminal milk. Actually, we'll just do it the old-fashioned way here. It doesn't even let me feed it. Do I have to have it in my hands? Guess I do have to hand feed it. There we go. Yeah, rabbits, I think their nutritional needs are, like, ridiculously small. I'm pretty sure that rabbits almost never are a problem for in terms of keeping them fed. Like these two containers are probably more than enough for the rabbits forever. We do have some bigger animals here though. We've got the semi-herd of sheep and the cow. I don't even know if the deer actually eats or drinks from my supplies. It's in my zone, so I feel like it should, but I don't know how wild animals work in this game. Okay, otherwise I think we've gotten all of the animal situations sorted out. I don't hear almost any more stress noises. I think one of the baby rabbits is still unnerved. I'm going to put back the feeding bottle. Maybe other babies to hand feed in the future. So the homie in chat is asking yet the next question. Pretty much the same answer as whether I'm going to play 42 stable or not. If 42 stable comes out and there's a lot of stuff that changes with the vanilla game, then I'll have an incentive to start a new save right away. I was talking about this earlier. If they fix agriculture, I'll start a new save right away, and I won't be adding mods to it. But if they don't change anything substantial with the base game, then that's my incentive. I'm gonna chill for a little bit, put this game on the back burner, and when I do come back to it, I will probably come back when the mod designers out there have come up with some really good stuff. So the short answer is possibly. The long answer is depends entirely on what the devs do with 42.20. Yep. We had some baby aminals, some of which we could hand feed. Now we've just got an inventory full of stuff I've got to get sorted out here. Been using a mixture of magazines and money for bed sheets here. There's my book storage. We could fit a USA flag somewhere in Jericho here. I'll put it on the right wall. Hell yeah. Just put these buckets outside for now. We'll eventually get them transferred over to the garden. Steel sheets can go on the floor over here, or trunk repairs for whenever we're parked in the area. that's all the side bags cleared out. We got perfect spot for a flag here if I can fit it. Gimme... Hell yeah. I like it. I don't even know exactly where I would use this gravel first, but there's plenty of places here at Jericho I could use some gravel, so sacks of gravel right there. Empty torch for later. The respirator belongs to the truck. Seeds for the seed god. Some of what I picked up needs to go. All of this glue and adhesive tape can go straight into the truck because we're going to bring that forward to the bomb bags, which are currently out in the fields at our forward bases. And we'll unite those together. Some of this twine can get the same thing. Yeah. The whatchamacallit, the devs are going to release animation tools. I'm not gonna say anything more on that. All I'm gonna say is the type of mods that you might see for Project Zomboid may increase substantially from that. All depends on a few things. That's also gonna depend on NPCs. If you know, you know. If you don't, well, you'll learn someday. So another box of batteries, and then a bunch of foodstuffs. Some of this twine, I'll split the twine. We'll do four rolls of twine will go forward with us, and the rest will stay here. The last thing we'll do today before we call it is top up the generators. And in the process of doing so, we're going to need to distribute some electrical parts to the bags, the repair bags for the generators. So it's a good thing we found a lot of electrical parts while we were looting the school there. Everything else on me is either for the kitchen or for that. Or this stuff here, the memorabilia. Okay. Rolling papers. Imagine finding rolling papers in some kid's locker. Yeah, someone's starting early with the addictions. We'll carton up some of these eggs, perhaps. Or, whatever. Just stick them in there. It's fine. Small form food for the small form food god. I have not yet been successfully separating the categories of small form foods. That's going to have to happen sometime in the not too distant future. This corner for the small form food is already getting very full. I'm going to go ahead and whip up something to eat. For now, we've got more food waiting for us at our forward base. Just take some of this kale that's starting to go bad here. Alright, that's everything except for the generators. Let's start with the one on the roof here. Fuel was down to about 60% here, so good to get it topped up now, long before I forget about it. I don't think I'll be seeing it myself. Maybe, it depends. I'm gonna wait for the reviews. I'm gonna wait for the reviews, and I'm gonna give it a good long while for the reviewers to talk about it amongst themselves before I even think about caring about it. Because make of any of it what you will. In my humble opinion, bringing Robert Downey Jr. back, especially for what might be a different role, is a sign of absolute desperation to the point of patheticness. Um, yeah, no, I think if they were going to bring Robert Downey Jr. back and not have him play Iron Man, something they're clearly going for one of the only actors they know is reliable. Now, that being said, I also have a theory that they might. I think they're not that stupid. Weird to say. I think they're going to have. I think they're going to do some sort of thing where Doctor Doom is. Actually, he's Iron Man from a dark timeline where Pepper Potts and his daughter passed away during the snapping or something like that. I don't know. I just know that I feel like they're not so stupid to just take the most highly paid actor on the planet and put him into the most prolific superhero series on the planet under a different role. That just I just don't see that happening. I don't think they're going to do. He's not actually Doctor Doom. He's actually still Iron Man. If they don't do that, if he's actually supposed to be a different character, that's gonna annihilate my immersion. I'm not gonna be able to immerse myself in something like that. But that's movies. You could almost. I don't even know if you could pay me to care about movies in this day and age. Hollywood is not what it used to be. Anime, though, I'm looking forward to anime. Next season of Frieren is coming up in the fall, and I think Demon Slayer. I don't know if they were on the second to last film in the Demon Slayer is doing a movie trilogy finale, and I think the next movie to come out was the second to last one. But I don't remember any of the dates, so that might be something that I'll look into later this afternoon. In any case, folks, I'm going to catch a screenshot of my base here. Something I always recommend everybody do when you build a lovely, lovely place worth commemorating. Let me get a good screenshot here. Capture as much as I can at once. All right, and then I'll have our girl bid farewell. And I am out of here for today. I will back up my save if anybody has never seen whatchamacallit. If anybody has never seen how to back up a save, I don't do it after every stream these days, but go to your user files, go to your username, and go to your Zomboid folder here. Then go to saves, in my case, Apocalypse. The most recently modified one is right here. Control-C, just copy the entire folder with the same name as your save, and put it wherever you want. In my case, I have a backups folder here, and one with the same name. This is part 65. 66, actually, is it? I'm going to check the description there. I'm going to bank on 66. This is part... Oh, this is... If you look in the description, you'll notice that I censored which version this is. I had to censor it because it's the illegal numbers, the numbers that we do not say aloud on stream, the Zoomer numbers. Control-V, paste that entire folder. Our save file is up to 545,000 files across 1.5 gigabytes. All right, folks, I'm out of here for the day. Peace out and have a good one. I will catch you guys most likely on Wednesday. If not that, I'll catch you on Friday. Like and subscribe.